him.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Yeah, we're even now for ARC, I'm doing the turbo bridge.
Wow, that's awesome.
The one thing that's weird about it, it's like I can do it, I can set it up.
1 second, Kim. We're on YouTube.
Oh,
We're live.
Welcome everyone to our Monterey City Council afternoon agenda. And it's my honor and privilege to be the mayor of Monterey. I'm Clyde Roberson. And along with me is your really excellent city council team, Dan Albert, Alan Hoffa, Ed Smith, and Tyler Williamson. You'll have an opportunity for those who are watching this or listening in to meet some of our outstanding staff members as we go along on our presentations. Speaking of outstanding staff members, I'm going to ask our Assistant City Manager, Nat Rojanasathira, to explain to the public how they may participate in this meeting. So Nat, if you'll do that, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Roberson. As we've had over the past several months, our process is to encourage members of the public to watch this broadcast on YouTube Live, which has the short delay of approximately 10 seconds from the live feed. You can watch at youtube.com/City of Monterey or on the YouTube app or also on Google Play or the Apple App Store. To make a public comment, when viewers are watching live on YouTube or also on channel 25, and you can see the Chiron, also known as the lower third caption on the bottom of the screen. You can then call into the conference line. You can do that by dialing area code 831-225-0330. When prompted, enter the code 1927648#. Once you've entered the system, dial *5 to raise your hand, and you'll be added into the queue to speak. Callers will be automatically unmuted until it's their turn to speak. We do ask that callers please turn off televisions or computer speakers or go to another room while connected by phone, because any background noise will cause interference with the broadcast. We look forward to receiving public comment through this process today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And so we look forward, and this format has worked as successfully as online meetings can. We've had an opportunity to hear from the public, and we always appreciate that. And this meeting's being held under the executive order of the governor, who's permitted our meetings to proceed in this way rather than just absolutely cancel everything. So first thing is a presentation to recognize the National Public Works Week 2020. And there's a proclamation that I'm going to share part of, but before I do that, I'd like to turn this over to our illustrious city manager, Hans Uslar.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council members, I hope you're having a great day. Welcome to every one of you. National Public Works Week is a tradition in the city of Monterey. We are celebrating this year after year, and this year is not different. COVID-19 or not, Public Works has been working as essential first responders out in the field day in, day out, and they have accomplished quite a lot. And with that, I hand it over to the Public Works Director, Steve Whittree, who will be celebrating himself as well as his crew.
Thank you, Hans. Just wanted to do something a little different this time around in light of our COVID process. We have taken the liberty of using one of Hans' staff members, Eric Palmer, to create a video of what we've done the last 9 or 12 weeks with our process and the year in summary. So as opposed to our typical kind of stale reading the proclamation and accepting it, we thought we'd liven it up this year with a video to show what we've been able to accomplish. So with that, Nat, if you can go ahead and hit the play and we'll get that going.
Can everyone see the screen?
It's perfect, Nat.
Okay, let's play it. Well, the audio seems to be having a challenge. Steve, can you pull this one up for us?
We'll see what we can do here. Okay, whoops.
Somebody find a grandchild to fix this quick.
Exactly. Is that working?
You need to do screen sharing.
We might want to mute everyone besides Steve.
Is it playing? Ah, do that now. Sorry.
I can try again. Would you want me to try it one more time here, Steve?
Yeah.
Okay, let me try this one more time. I'm going to try to present an entire screen. It's a challenge sometimes playing video on a share screen because it uses more bandwidth. So I'll do my best here. Oh, Steve, we're going to mute you. Okay, let's try this. There we go. There you go. There's the video, and we'll be posting this online as well. Back to you, Steve.
Thanks, Nat. Appreciate that. And like I say, we're out there to make this a safer community at a time when we can keep our workers safe with less traffic, less interruptions, and be able to get things done. Over the last few weeks, we had pretty much a record month last month. We completed about 20 projects, actually over 20 projects, individual projects for the community. So really proud of our guys, really proud of our team that brought this forward for you and the city of Monterey.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Steve. This is the mayor again. I wanted to ask you a question, if I may, Steve.
Sure.
And that is, people know that the whole state, including the city of Monterey, is in a fiscal crisis and emergency. Would you just take a moment to explain people how we are funding all of the activity that's going on right now? I think it may have crossed someone's mind, well, if revenues have dropped so much, how can we continue making this important essential infrastructure improvements?
Certainly. So one of the things that we've been lucky enough to do is have Measure P be collected and then into Measure S for the last 5 years, essentially, 4 of Measure P and 1 of Measure S, essentially. We've been executing those projects, as you all well know, faithfully through that process. However, we still had some projects that were in the queue working forwards with those funding aspects of it. There's no general fund that's been in those projects that have been shown. It's Measure P. It's the continuation and closure of NCIP projects. There's some sewer projects in there, some Thailand funds in there as well. We're utilizing those funds that were in our reserve, if you will, for our CIP and NCIP projects. And utilizing it and completing those on a timely basis. So it's from funding that was already in our availability, which is restricted in use, I should say, as well. Measure P funds can only be used on our city streets. We're just taking advantage of a time when oil prices are at a historic low, and 2, when we can actually get downtown and utilize take advantage of fewer traffic incidences and traffic control procedures that we normally would have to do in a period.
Good, thank you very much, Dave. And part of the proclamation I wanted to share on behalf of the City Council and our citizens. And it says, these infrastructures, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public work professionals, who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government, and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities. And so we certainly, as the council, as the city, all of the residents and businesses want to recognize our Public Works Department with the National Public Works Week, and we thank all of the dedicated personnel in our city who maintain and enhance the wonderful place where we live. So we're very happy to acknowledge your department and everything that's going on. So unless there's anything else, we'll go ahead to the next item.
Mr. Mayor, we do have some public comment on this presentation item, if you'd like to take that.
Good, thank you for reminding me. And why don't we, Nat, let's go, we can go three minutes on this, please.
Okay, or what we can do, I understand we can actually have, because it doesn't affect the vote, we can take public comment for all the presentations and general public comment after these presentations. It's been clarified with me. So we can do
public comment.
We can wait for the public comment period.
All right, well, if people who do want to speak on this would kindly wait until after the second presentation, then we can take in your comments under public comments. Very good. So, and I'm sure they're all positive. So Steve, you and your department don't have to worry about anything.
At least for now.
Second presentation is basically an information item, and it just talks about a concept called public banking. So again, Hans, may I turn it over to you? And it's my understanding, do we have some guest presenters?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think we have 2 presenters, Brett Garrett, who is coming over from Santa Cruz, and Daniel Zamora, who is an intern working for Councilmember Williamson. And I think the most appropriate way is to ask Councilmember Williamson to briefly introduce that topic, please.
Great idea.
Thank you, Mayor and Hans. So Brett Garrett reached out to me, gosh, I think it was early on in me getting elected to the city council, and was seeking some support when the legislation was still going through the state in regards to this effort. And Brett will explain more about the legislation when he speaks. And so I threw my support behind it after having a good understanding of what public banking looks like. And so there has been some effort recently in trying to expand support for this on a more regional level. And I don't want to give too much away, but I just really want to give a lot of appreciation for Brett for being on. My intern, Daniel, is actually sick. So he messaged me just before the meeting, letting me know that he wasn't going to be able to jump on. So I think Brett is going to do a great job presenting this. And without talking anymore, I'll let Brett go ahead and take the floor. So thank you for being here, Brett.
Thank you, Tyler. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, so I'm Brett Garrett, representing the People for Public Banking in Santa Cruz. Our group is part of the California Public Banking Alliance. And I want to thank Councilmember Williamson for inviting me to speak to you all. I will try to keep it brief, and maybe I'll be able to share my screen. First, let's define what is a public bank. It is, oh, can't share your screen. Okay, I guess, well, it was worth a try. Let's define what is a public bank. It is simply a bank that is owned by the government, and its purpose is to serve the needs of the community. For example, providing basic banking services to the cities themselves, and providing financing for infrastructure and emergency response, such as right now, we're in an emergency. Public bank is not so much for retail services. I mean, it could be, but at least in our context, it's not for retail services, such as people's checking accounts, etc. Public bank could be a state-owned bank. For example, the Bank of North Dakota, which was formed over 100 years ago, is currently the only state-owned bank. A public bank could be a city-owned bank. For example, Los Angeles is large enough to start its own public bank, unlike Monterey or Santa Cruz, and Los Angeles hopes to start its own public bank. And a public bank could be a regional public bank operated through a joint powers agreement among multiple cities and counties. That's what we envision for the Central Coast, and we're hoping that the city of Monterey will join our efforts to create a regional public bank for the Central Coast. Public banks are needed right now during our public health crisis. Public banks are part of the solution, part of the economic recovery. A local public bank can respond nimbly to a local emergency. Banks, in general, can leverage money. Commercial banks leverage money on behalf of their shareholders, and a public bank can leverage money on behalf of the public. For example, if disaster relief money were placed into a public bank as capitalization, that money could effectively be multiplied by 10, because every dollar of capitalization enables $10 in low interest loans. During the pandemic, the Federal Reserve is offering emergency loans at 0.25% interest, essentially zero interest. These loans are available to banks, but not currently to cities and states, unless we form public banks to gain access to these emergency funds. There was a recent headline in the Washington Post proclaiming North Dakota businesses dominated the Paycheck Protection Program. The article was all about how the Bank of North Dakota, the public bank, worked with community banks throughout the state to administer the Paycheck Protection Funds and deliver them where they were needed, much more effectively than what happened in other states. North Dakota has many more community banks per capita than most states, and that's partly because the public bank can support and partner with community banks to improve local economies. Many cities and counties are seeking an alternative to Wall Street commercial banks, some for ethical reasons. For example, San Jose is having trouble meeting its banking needs without violating its own wage theft policy, because Chase and Wells Fargo have been accused of wage theft. Other cities want to divest from banks that fund fossil fuels, which is most of the large banks. Public banks are designed for the community, not for profits, so public banks can easily live up to ethical standards and keep investments consistent with each community's values. Lending guidelines can be geared toward long-term community resilience. Public banks will keep banking profits in the community. They would not be providing direct retail services. They would not be competing with community banks and credit unions. So what are the prospects of a public bank to serve the city of Monterey? Last year, the legislature approved a new law that Councilmember Williamson mentioned,
All right, thank you for your presentation. Back to Councilmember Tyler.
Yeah, so I have a question, but I'll save it for the end. I'm actually interested in hearing any questions or comments, feedback from my colleagues here on the council.
All right, before we do that, was there supposed to be another presenter, one of your interns?
Yeah, he is not feeling well, so he had to back out at the last moment here. But you know, if he ends up going back and listening to the tapes, I do want to give him appreciation for working with Brett and other volunteers with People for Public Banking Santa Cruz in putting the report together that you see in the agenda packet. And him and some other interns are working on some great stuff, I think, for the city. And so I just wanted to give him appreciation. Okay, good. All right. At this point, that's a presentation. If any council members have any comments right now, let us know and feel free to share.
I have a comment.
Yes, please, Councilmember Allen.
So I just want to thank Councilman Williamson for bringing this to our attention. I think it has a lot of potential. Obviously, it's not something a city the size of Monterey could do alone, but it is something that perhaps we could help in getting the ball rolling for our county. So a couple thoughts that come to mind. I'm wondering if maybe a resolution of support for this to the county board might not help. I would just say to Brett that governance model is a very important and thorny thing, as we saw with the creation of formerly the Monterey Bay, now the Central Coast Community Power, that getting a governance model that works, that all of the jurisdictions feel comfortable with, is really critical. I think having proper sort of scope of goals and purposes outlined is really important. As you mentioned, it wouldn't be a commercial bank. I think that's important for people to understand. I don't think we would want to be in the business of replacing what commercial banks are doing. But I can see a lot of potential for, as we saw here, we tried to cobble together money and do what we could to help our small businesses that were impacted by COVID-19. But imagine if we had a truly local, but yet public bank that would have had access to those very low interest federal monies that we could have gotten to our local businesses much more quickly. I'm aware of the fact that most of the big banks called in their major clients, the clients with the biggest revenue streams and the biggest budgets, to help them first and basically walk them through the CARE Act applications. Those people got to the front of the line to get the federal money before our small businesses could even get their applications together. So I could see a real benefit, not only for COVID, but just for small business startup, to really be able to help small businesses get started. That would be a benefit. I could also see a benefit in terms of working with nonprofits or even for-profit affordable housing developers. So that's always a big issue for affordable housing developers, is where do they get the monies that they need to put a project together. And if a bank's access to basically very, very low interest funds, I think could be beneficial for that purpose. But anyway, I think it's important to lay out exactly what this entity would do, how it would be governed, the kind of oversight, because none of us would want to be part of something that would lose money and somehow end up being a drain on our general fund. I think there would be some concerns, and maybe we could help by asking the county to, passing a resolution asking the county to provide some leadership, the way they did with the community power. Those are my thoughts, and thank you.
Oh, thank you. Excellent. Anyone else?
Yeah, I have a question.
And Councilmember Dan, please.
So I just want to make sure that this is, I'm on the right track here. So what I'm understanding is that the public bank uses the city's assets for collateral for these projects, these either their construction projects or any type of project that would help whatever the bank is set up for. Is that true, Tyler? Is that what it kind of pans out? I'm just not quite sure how the city is involved financially.
Yeah, so I think Brett might be able to explain it better, but off the top of my head here, I think there's an initial investment, and once those funds are borrowed, the return on the interest that from the borrowing of those funds stays within the bank, and then we can utilize those funds to continually provide funding opportunities for folks and different opportunities. So I'll let Brett kind of maybe add any holes that I'm missing there.
Brett, do you understand my question? I'm not sure if I'm articulating it well enough.
Yeah. I mean, I think, there's different pieces. I'm not really a banker, so there's some of the details are a little bit over my head. But yeah, my understanding is there is some kind of collateralization involved in starting the bank, which could involve assets of the city. And also another piece is deposits, that whatever funds the city currently has deposited at whatever bank you currently use, those funds could be deposited in the public bank instead. And that way those funds would be available to help, loans could be based on those funds also.
Thank you. So I want to make sure that those funds are secured as a like in a commercial bank, so that there isn't any liability to the city that we would lose general fund funds or assets, that we would lose any of that, because that's public money, if that makes sense.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Anyone else?
That's just a comment. That's just a comment.
Yes, got it. Anyone else?
Yeah, Mayor?
Yes, please, Councilmember Ed.
Yeah, listening for more detail. I'm curious about some of the points that Mr. Albert was just bringing up, and as I proof this again, I highlighted a couple of terms in here that I'm not looking for an answer tonight. Maybe it's just landing on this discussion point tonight, is that maybe we continue having these discussions, but go out to some of the people that are banks, that folks that are involved in banking, for us to learn as novices in terms of what would it take to be involved. But I would be very hesitant to see a commingling of assets for the city that would jeopardize our bond rating, our ability to have loans for our operations, for our city buildings. As an example, we are a very complex financial city with a lot of assets, with rentals, property, parking, buildings, bonds, conference center debt. So I wouldn't want to do anything at all that would make it appear that we have put assets into a bank and puts them at a risk or affects our bond rating. There's a term in here I don't understand, mid document, the social capital surrounding the development of public banks. And I don't understand the term social capital. So maybe if our presenter Brett could explain what's meant by that term, social capital, in the context of banking.
Okay, let's see. I don't think that was my document, so I'm not. What was the complete sentence? I'm sorry. I'm not looking at it.
And I'm not sure. I don't necessarily need an answer. Maybe we just keep talking about this, and maybe we having a conversation with Daniel. That may have been Daniel's term.
And if I could, I would just say that I'm imagining what social capital is the public funds, the social funding, which is taxpayer dollars that we control and operate in this city. But I can clarify that, and we can continue that dialogue when we get Brett back online.
Yeah. And I would have a lot more to do before I would even be talking about endorsing any kind of a resolution that encourages us or staff to spend any time on such a document. I would definitely need more information. I definitely don't understand what I'm reading here. And I definitely would want to talk to those that are in the business of banking to get a more clear picture in terms of what authority we could have under AB 857 in the state of California. So I'm not ready to act on anything right now.
Yeah, and it's not an action item, it's a presentation. I think if with everyone's concurrence, I think I'd like to move on. But what I would say, the points that Alan brought up so articulately, same thing I was thinking about. I look forward to more conversation. I thank Tyler for bringing this to our attention, but I think there are a lot of questions that we have, not necessarily negative questions, but just to see how this would unfold. So let's consider this the first dialogue and the conversation that we can continue about this topic.
Mayor, if I may just ask one last question here. To Brett. So from your perspective, what would be next steps or an ask from the city of Monterey in regards to how we could potentially move forward?
Yeah, well, one piece, as Councilmember Hoffa suggested, a resolution of support, one toward the Monterey County Supervisors and another toward the Santa Cruz County Supervisors would be a huge step. Yeah, and another, I just want to mention that our people for public banking. We do have a banker on our team, so I could get him in touch with Councilmember Smith or Councilmember Albert if you'd like me to.
To that, Brett, I would suggest that I'm in, and I can't speak for Alan, but I certainly hear our council saying, well, this sounds like a very interesting idea. We'd like to have more information. So could we ask you to send any kind of information that you have to all of us? You can send it to the city clerk, and then that can be distributed. I like new ideas.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, there have been some issues about how do we protect the city or our assets jeopardized. We have money with Wells Fargo. That's a checking account. That money goes in and out. Most of the other city money is actually in special funds, or it's in other investments that's state regulated. And so there's so much I'd like to learn more about this. So that's why I'm suggesting anything that you can get to us, that would really help before we're at the point of a resolution. It would give me an opportunity and each of the council members maybe to talk to some of our supervisors and other people and see where we can go with this, because it's going to be regional, and it would take a regional approach with lots of consensus. I think our city's too small to start our own bank, just like we can't have our own power company. So that's what I would look forward to, is getting some more information from you.
Yes, absolutely.
Good. All right. Let's see. Let's go to public comments. These public comments can be either on either of our two presentations or anything not on the agenda. I don't know if we have a queue. I think what we're going to do at this point, we could have a really long meeting. I want to be able to give everybody an opportunity, because we'll be adjourning this meeting in less than an hour. So I'm going to ask folks if they can confine their comments to about 2 minutes. That would really be helpful. So Nat, I'm going to turn it over to you to start processing any public comments on our two presentations, as well as anything not on the agenda, public comments.
Okay, super. We do have a few folks who have called in, and just a reminder to those who are watching, there for the last, I'd say at least 8 or so minutes, the Chiron has the instructions on how to call into the phone line. So we'll take the first comment, and that will be the caller with the last 4 digits, 1665. Hi there, you're live with the City of Monterey. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, hello, Dwayne Peterson, Villa Del Monte. I go along with Councilmember Smith concerns about the city's assets, and also, are there protections against being raided by the state bank or the state government? That would be one of my concerns. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Dwayne.
Great. Our next public comment comes from, it looks like, Kevin Dayton. We will go ahead and unmute him now. Kevin, thanks for joining.
Thank you. Kevin Dayton speaking here as a private resident of the city of Monterey. The idea of a public bank on the local or state level in California has been floating around for a couple of years, and I was watching the bill EB 857 with interest because one thing I've always felt was a shame is that when governments borrow money, they end up, the interest payments on them and the fees often go to Wall Street and the people who invest in big banks. So I always said, boy, if only we could have some of that interest money stay in the area rather than going off to Wall Street. And this is a way to deal with that. I will mention, though, I agree with the speakers who have said we should probably have some people from the local banks talk, and I did send out emails to a few of the bankers involved with the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce and the Monterey Commercial Properties Owners Association to say, hey, maybe you need to weigh in on this. I know the California Bankers Association, no surprise, thinks that a public bank is absolutely not needed and they can handle every sort of thing. But I think their perspective needs to be presented. I'll also give you another concern I have about this is I go to almost all of the Monterey Bay Community Power meetings. I think the agency has worked really well so far. It's got a great staff. But I'll be honest with you, there's very little public oversight of it. And the one danger about the public banks is if nobody's watching, bad things could happen. I'll also note that when you have a public agency giving out money, there's always going to be special interests that come in and say, well, give out this loan or provide this, but you're going to have to do it under these terms and conditions that, give us favoritism. So there's lots of dangers, especially in the governance of this. I think that it's worth pursuing, though. So please continue to look at this, keep those in mind.
Great. Thanks for your feedback, Kevin. We'll take our next caller, and that will be, looks like Kurt Tipton. Kurt, are you there? Hello, Mr. Tipton.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Hi, this is Kurt Tipton. All right. Kurt Tipton, president of the Downtown Neighborhood Association. And this is not direct, it's somewhat related to item 9 on the agenda coming up. And that is, we are requesting that the city have a staff member or staff members look at finding grants that we could use to make the Pearl District a historic district rather than going in and making each individual house historic. So that, as you know, the Pearl District has the Japanese, most of Japantown was the Pearl District. Also, the Sicilian fishermen were here, and all of the houses in the Pearl District were built in the 1920s, and for the most part were used by the fishermen. So if it's possible, we obviously don't want the city to spend any of its own money, but if there are grants out there that could be used for research and mailings and meetings and things like that, that would be great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kurt, for that feedback. Our next caller has the last 4 digits is 2736. You're on live with the City of Monterey. Thanks for joining.
Hi there. My name's James McIntosh. I'm a local resident. I'm just trying to kind of participate in city government in the best way I can. So I've been kind of tuning into what y'all are doing. I'm not going to pretend like I know anything about banking, but I do know a little bit about Wells Fargo, and they were accused of creating a lot of accounts in other people's names. And if you all have an opportunity to control your own banking, like on a public level, on a local level, I highly recommend that y'all take it. Because these banks are not doing good things for the people. And I do not imagine they're going to serve the interests of our community well, given the way that they take advantage of so many. Secondly, my girlfriend worked locally for a period of about 6 months, and she's been living here for about a year. We're really hoping that you all can push forward that rent program, whereby you'll be able to grant 3 months of rent alleviation directly to the landlords. We're really hoping for a program like that, and it would greatly benefit us. We think y'all are doing great. You're very professional, and we're glad to be a part of this community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your public comment. Mr. Mayor, that is all for public comment for items number 1, 2, and open public feedback tonight.
All right, thank you, Nat. As always, you handled that very nicely, and we appreciate everyone's input. Let's go to our consent items. Did any of the council members have a comment or want to pull anything from the consent?
Mayor, I just had questions regarding 5, 6, 7, and 8.
All right, well, we will do that momentarily. And anyone else? Was there any public requests on this one, Nat? On consent?
We did not post a notice in the Chiron for items on the consent calendar. We can do that while we take questions from Councilmember Tyler Williamson, perhaps. Or Or Hans, you have something you wanted to say?
No, we're not aware that a member of the public wanted to
change. Perhaps. Or
Okay,
Hans,
in that case,
no, we're not aware that a member of the public wanted to change.
all right, Tyler, please start with number 5, please. Your question?
So am I correct in assuming that this is in relation to the agenda item that I brought forward in regards to the scale all feet by square foot, not per unit, and the defer fees to certification of occupancy recommendations from MBEP?
Yes.
Okay, and could we describe, I guess, just maybe in 2 sentences, what the history was and how this got established in the first place in the city?
No, I cannot establish the history of that because I don't understand exactly the history when it was created. It has been on the books for quite some time. As Councilmember Williamson recalled, we had it on our list also of things that we felt were worth to repeal because the discussion came up quite frequently in front of council whether the city has development impact fees and we should consider waiving development impact fees. The only development impact fee that the city still had on the book is the park and recreation dedication fee that is in front of you. When we started looking at that, that was quite some time ago. We realized that we were outdated with that fee. We realized also that the fee would not really make a huge difference in our income through fees. You see the agenda report shows you an overview over the fees for quite some time. The fee needs to be updated. In order to update it, it would cost about $50,000 to update this fee, giving the pros and cons and giving also the advantage of reducing further the cost of development impact fees. And again, this is the only development impact fee the city of Monterey is charging. This is basically a suggestion to repeal this code and not to charge those fees at all anymore. So that goes beyond the MBEP recommendation of changing it to a per square foot basis.
Yep, absolutely. All right, thank you for that. And then moving on to number 6, does the delayed increase for the monthly permits include the lost revenue due to the delay?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Yeah. So we are going to delay the increase to the monthly permit fees for the part. Let me go to the agenda item. So permit rates are proposed to be phased in over a 2-year period in an effort to recognize the difficult economic times encountered by many Monterey residents and employees who typically purchase monthly permits for garages and surface lots. Staff is recommending that parking fees for monthly permits increases are delayed until January 1, and then a secondary increase in January 1 of 2022. So the question is that delay in fee, does that lost revenue from it being implemented July 1 with the other fees, is that cost included in the increase?
I punt it over to Steve Whittree.
So thanks for the question on that one. Essentially, no, it's not. What we're actually trying to do is make it easier for the community. If we followed our study precisely, we would do that in one swoop. But I think that what we want to do is be receptive to any kind of change in rates that we have with our residents and phase it in over time. And there would be a minor bit of lost revenue between the year 1 and year 2 elevation.
Okay, and then in regards to the sports center lot, when do we expect to do the cost benefit analysis? I know it indicated at a later date, but do we have kind of an idea in mind of when that would be brought back?
Well, I think it's a little bit more complicated with that particular lot. We have a rate that we could install there, but we don't have the equipment within that lot to make it enforceable. At some point in time, we believe we know the sports center is going to come back into operation. And we want to make sure that the primary users of that lot are the sports center users. It seems to make sense to have them in that facility. And we want to make sure we're in close mesh with what the sports center is doing. So for that reason, we don't know exactly the operation model for the sports center, what that's going to look like. And we thought we'd bring those two together at that same point in time.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then I'll move on to number 7. And
excuse me, Tyler, Mayor Clyde here. My question is, I also highlighted on number 6, the Monterey Sports Center lot. The increases that we're looking at throughout the city are really very moderate, well below market, any kind of urban markets. I'm very comfortable with them. I'd like us to come back and take a look at our Monterey Sports Center lot, as Steve just mentioned, to make sure that we can encourage local use. And I'd hate to see the cost of parking at the lot be more than the cost to participate in the sports center. So that's one that I'd like us to come back and take a little closer look at before implementation. Okay, Councilmember Ed.
Yes, thank you. On number 8, I did highlight.
You wanted number 8, Ed?
No, I'm sorry. No, I am on the right one with 6, where we're at. So that's the fault I have of two-sided printing. I get myself turned upside down. Isn't one of the reasons to phase this in also, Steve, is to allow you some opportunity for time to implement the new Dixon resources system? That's also recommended that there's some increases for modernization in the marina lot, and allowing us to have more unified systems for collections and control. And isn't there some construction that has to take place there?
So the construction that you're speaking of is underway right now, and will be in place. If we wanted to do that, alter our strategy and wanted to do that in one fell swoop, all the systems and upgrades to those lots would be in place. It'll be actually in place within the next 6 to 8 weeks. So
okay.
That's not, I mean, yes, it's a great concern because there are ideas and things to implement. The particular solution, though, for the sports center lot is not in this current contract, and that's what we have to come back with at a different time for the sports center lot itself. But for our major lots, East, West, Waterfront, and Cannery Row, we're going to bring an item to Cannery Row for council consideration in the very near future to get that in the same program as well. So we'll be good to go technology-wise within the next 6 to 10 weeks.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great opportunity, and also I think it's a good thing to always think in terms of pricing for East and West garages downtown to make sure we're not adversely impacting the sports center or the 1 hour or 2 hour parking for folks that are using Jack's Ballpark, the sports center, and the kind. So I think having a unified concept of considering the unintended consequences when changes are made in one, it doesn't push a problem to another. So I know it's a big puzzle to consider. I want to also highlight some of the parking permit fees that we always look at the fees and say, well, gee, is this too much? Is this the right amount? What's the base? What's the survey show us? Before this quarantine, I was in San Francisco, and parking on an hour or parking all day, $15 is your recommended rate for the marina lot, I believe, for an all-day max. Our parking fees are incredibly a bargain compared to San Francisco or Oakland or San Jose and the like. So I feel very comfortable on these. Are very moderate increases in keeping with our spirit, which is welcoming and not overtaxing and overpricing, and making it very affordable for whatever the reason may be, whether it's entertaining at Jack's Ballpark, visiting your child play, or going to the marina for boating, or going shopping in Cannery Row. So I feel very comfortable. These rates are still reasonable.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before we go on to 7, I'd like to also comment on 6.
Yes, please, Alan.
So I agree with everything that Tyler and you, Mr. Mayor, and Ed just said. I did want to call attention to one thing, because I heard from some community members Well, yeah, we don't mind parking rates for visitors, of course, but it should be free for locals. And of course, we do have locals programs for free parking, but I think it's just not very well advertised, and it's maybe a little complicated. Just myself, I went to the city website to try to figure out the details, and it took me a while to find the information on the website. So for the public, you can buy a $10 a year permit that gives you, now correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, but 2 hours of free parking in the downtown garage, at the wharf parking lot, or in the Cannery Row garage. So that's an excellent deal, and basically gets you into some of the 3 prime commercial centers in the city. And then we also have, during different times of the year, we have like our holiday parking, free parking. Is it an hour, I think, for free parking for Monterey County residents? Could you say a little bit more about that, Steve? But I think both of those programs need to be more clearly communicated to the public, because like they're pretty well kept secrets. Thank you.
Certainly, and I can address that, and then I'll kick it over to Christy Steffi, our parking superintendent, for some of the details for some of the individual programs. But if you look towards your council packet Exhibit B, the last few lines, it identifies the resident discount decal that you're speaking of, which currently is $10 per year, and that's one of the fees that we're actually looking at changing to $20 per year. So we want to just correct that aspect of it. It's still a pretty good deal for 2 hours free parking. To some of the programs that I'm going to kick it over to Christy Steffi, and she can explain how the holiday programs works. But I do hear you in terms of we need to make sure that it's available and residents are aware of these programs. Christy?
Okay, am I here? Just checking. Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that my computer's working, so thank you. Good evening. So yes, just to share a little bit more information on the locals programs, we do offer that. It is offered to Monterey, City of Monterey residents is the $10 decal that you had found on the website. And that gives the 2 hours free in our 3 locations, which now with this new proposed rate changes would include the East Garage as well. So that'd be both downtown garages, our waterfront lot, and Cannery Row Garage. And that is free, the $10, and that's valid for the City of Monterey residents as well as active military. The other programs, the ones that are the county programs, those ones are advertised by the business associations as well as the locals holiday programs. Those are brought forward. The one in Cannery Row is brought forward by the Cannery Row Business Association, and then Fisherman's Wharf brings one forward as well. And then they usually take the primary role in advertising that, and then we just administer that program.
Okay.
Good to see your cat too.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's the right idea. Yeah, got its back to us. Meanwhile, my dog's sitting in her chair with her head on her pillow. Teaching us all to be a little bit mellow. This has turned into probably a discussion. So Nat, would you let anyone know who might want to comment on this item 6? To invite them to do so, because it's gone beyond questions to a discussion. So we want to make sure that, in fact, what I'd like to do is I'm just going to pull it right now. So when we approve the whole consent, we'll come back to item 6 for any public comment. So we'll pull that. Okay, anyone else?
Yeah, sorry. Is it your intent to open up public comment now for this item number 6? Because we do have one person who's waiting in the queue.
6, because since we've gotten into a lot of discussion, there may be. Let's do that separately, aside from the rest of the agenda, because I think Tyler still had a question on number 7.
Yes,
that's correct.
So we're going to pull number 6, and I'll reopen it after the consent's approved for any more comments and public input. Okay, so back to Councilmember Tyler for number 7, please.
So number 7, I think this is a great thing. It's obviously needed in regards to the effects of the layoff. My question is, how will the plans that are submitted be affected if and when the staff individuals that are affected by the layoff come back. I guess I'm not sure if that's. I wonder if that's been fully thought out. I just kind of wanted to get a sense of where we were with that.
Yeah, thank you, Tyler, for that question. This is a reorganization. In effect, this is a change of the assignments. We are recreating again the city clerk position. That position will be filled, and there will be presently no need to bring back the previous incumbent of that position who is part of the layoff process.
Okay. All right. That is it for that one. And then I have two more questions in regards to number 8, if I can move on to that, Mayor.
Please do.
You guys are right now in the consent agenda, and I don't know if is 8 part of consent?
Yes. 8 is the last one on consent.
Got it. I'm sorry.
Nope, it's okay. I had to double check and make sure I was accurate here. So I guess the first question is, why haven't and I'm not sure which questions are appropriate for closed session or open session, but why haven't payments been received yet from the former redevelopment and housing trust?
That's a question we will respond to in closed session.
Okay, and then my second question is, what are the implications of ending the lease early? What is the financial impact to the city's budget? That's probably another closed session.
Yep, that's closed session.
That's a question we will also explain in closed session.
Okay, that's it for me.
Nice try.
All right. Were there any other council questions on the consent? All right, I'll make a motion to approve the consent minus item number 6.
Second.
We have a second, and roll call, please.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
That's a yes for me as well. On item 6, Nat, did we get any public comment on item 6?
Yes, we do. And I'm hoping that the comments are for item number 6 and not any of the items that were just approved on consent. I don't think so, because I've been doing my best to work the switchboard here. So
right.
The first comment comes from raising their hand, Kurt Tipton. We'll go ahead and unmute you. Kurt, are you on the line?
Yes.
Hi, welcome.
I just wanted to mention that, hi, welcome, Kurt Tipton here. Just wanted to mention that with this new downtown overlay, the downtown garages are going to be heavily used at night, and I'm not sure the current structure is such that it will allow residents to use that structure easily without undue burden. That's the only comment I have.
Okay. Great. Thanks for that public comment, Kurt. We appreciate it. Let's go to our next caller, and that will be Dwayne Peterson. Dwayne, you're on the line.
Yes, again, Dwayne Peterson. I noticed that most of these fee raises are quite minimal, except 3. And I believe the city's residential permit went up 100%, or is proposed to go up 100%. I'm wondering if consideration could be made. Maybe that could creep up at that. Maybe go up $1 next year, and then go to 15 next year, and then 20 the year following for consideration. Or if you want to jump to 20, how about a little bit more time instead of just 2 hours? Those are my comments, and thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peterson. Appreciate you calling in. Next caller is Kevin Dayton. Kevin, you're live with the Monterey City Council.
Thank you, Nat. Kevin Dayton. I'm speaking here as Government Affairs Liaison for Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank Councilman Hoffa for pointing out that perhaps residents are not as aware as they could be of the free parking options that are at the Cannery Row parking garage in the waterfront lot. You may know that the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau has developed a plan to try to drum up business after the coronavirus crisis and the stay-at-home orders come to an end. And they are going to start first by focusing on the local people and trying to get locals to go and enjoy the restaurants and attractions and stores that are near them. And I know people on social media responded, well, I don't like to go there because there's, you have to pay for parking and all that. And I realized after looking at the website that the only reason why I know that there are parking discounts in these lots is because the city council approves the arrangements every year for them. And as the Convention and Visitors Bureau moves forward with this plan to have locals go and enjoy the establishments that are around them, I think it'd be good to have it put prominently on the website, some of the benefits that come to locals with the parking lots. It's the same thing with the restaurants. A lot of them have their locals menus, and it isn't really publicized. I think this is going to be a key in jump-starting businesses here when people are able again to go and patronize them. So I encourage looking at the website and making it more obvious to residents that they do have these discount or free parking options available for them to use the local businesses. Thank you.
Right on the dot there. Thank you, Kevin, for calling in. Our next public comment, last four digits, 5635. You're on the line. Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks for joining.
Good evening. Hi, this is Deanne Brady. I am the president of Cannersboro Business Association, but I am not speaking on behalf of the board tonight because our board meeting is actually tomorrow morning. I just wanted to address a couple of concerns that I have about, first of all, the employee vouchers. I would really encourage council, rather than delaying the voucher increase, is actually to increase the flat rate in the garage during peak season. I understand right now we're looking at a peak of $20 for a flat parking day during the peak times. I personally think it would be great if we could go up to $25 for those and then just keep employee vouchers the same. It does definitely keep employees from parking in the residential areas, particularly on Hawthorne, and taking up residential parking. And then the second point that I have is that I would really urge council to, rather than implementing the parking increases to July 1st, to waiting on that and possibly looking at the start date of January 1st of 2021 in light of the COVID reopening. We don't know what things are going to look like. So as I know that the parking increases are negligible, but every dollar makes a difference to a lot of our visitors. So I would really encourage council to take a look at that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Deanne. That concludes public comment for this item number 6.
Okay, good. Thank you, Nat. What I would suggest, and I'll actually make a motion, I don't normally make double motions on consent. I'd like to approve the master fee schedule to adjust parking division rates and fees with the Monterey Sports Center parking lot to be brought back to us with more information. And then secondly, that we make sure on our website that residents understand about the city residential permit. I appreciate Dwayne's comment about the cost, but I think that's $20 a year. And that's really fairly minor. And also I appreciate the comments from the Cannery Row representative as well. And we certainly want our visitors back, but we also have to, the whole point of these parking fees is we have to maintain all of these parking garages and our parking lots and pay our employees. So I find this to be a very reasonable and quite moderate proposal. So my motion is to approve the fees with a review of the Monterey Sports Center before that's implemented. And then the other doesn't really have to be part of the motion, but that was just to make sure our website lets the residents know it's available. And Teresa Canepa, 20-year council member, would be the happiest person on earth right now because that was her baby. So that was my motion.
I'll second that motion.
All right. Any further
Before-
discussion?
Mayor, before we vote, can I make a comment?
Please, Councilmember Dan.
The last public comments speaker suggested that we wait until January to implement. I understand that comment, but maybe what we can do is if we implement the fees, that in January the staff comes back with a report on what the impact are to these fees and parking, so we can just kind of get a better idea of what we're looking at. So we just bring it back as a report.
Oh, that's a great idea. Good. Anyone else?
I would just clarify, add on to Alan's statement and your reinforcement in that partially through the motion that you made. I think that the information in regards to the local fee, the local parking program is there. I just think it needs to be easier to find, I think was what I heard from Alan. So if we could find a way of making that more user-friendly on the website for residents.
Okay, so be it.
Oh, and the active duty military, I know that they can also participate in it. Does that not include retired military?
It's just active duty.
Okay, so let's roll call, please.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Robertson.
Yes, and thank you for our usual really a cogent, thoughtful discussion of these issues and our good staff responses. We have 2 public hearings and public appearance, and we have 15 minutes. We'll see how far we get. So let's go ahead to the rezone of 490 El Estero as a city historic resource. Hans, I'll turn that over to you. It's, I'm sure, very non-controversial. We could have a very brief report, then we'll open it up to the public.
I may directly ask staff to start the presentation, please.
Sure.
It will be Fernanda.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fernanda Roveri. I'm a senior associate planner with the city of Monterey. I will be presenting on 490 Camino El Estero, the El Estero Presbyterian Church. And it's proposed to be rezoned as a city historic resource. This is an image of the existing church. It's 2 stories tall. And so the way that properties are rezoned to be historic is that they have to meet the California Register criteria. They only need to meet 1, but this church meets 2 criteria. The church has made a significant contribution to the spiritual lives of the Monterey Japanese community. And that community is very important to our local history. The Japanese Church of Christ, that's how it was known when it was first built in 1926. Now it's known as the El Estero Presbyterian Church. And much of the church congregation was made up of Japanese fishing families who arrived to Monterey before the 20th century to fish the bountiful Monterey Bay. And after World War II, the church was a sanctuary for many members of the Japanese community. And as a result of these Japanese people moving to Monterey for fishing, a lot of that area surrounding the church was owned by Japanese families. So there was a big community of Japanese living around that area in the Pearl District. And so I wanted to highlight that this is important to Monterey's history because we had a fairly large Japantown in this area, which obviously influenced the fishing industry. And so the recommendation is that City Council adopt the first reading of the ordinance to rezone the property as a city historic resource. I will mention that the applicant, Mr. Robert McIntyre, and the pastor of the church, they told me that they were going to call in. So we might see them trying to give us some public comment.
All right, thank you, Fernanda. Let's go back to Nat. Would you open up to public comment, please?
Yes, Mayor Roberson, we've had the Chiron up for the last couple of minutes, and we do have one public comment so far, and we will take it from, I believe it's actually Pastor Ted Isaki. And Pastor Isaki, are you on the line? Hello, are you there?
Yes, I am.
There we go.
Perfect. If you could move away from the computer or turn down, that might help. We're getting a little bit of feedback.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I appreciate you taking time to hear our request for recognizing Eleuthero Presbyterian Church for historic designation. My name is Ted Isaki, and I am the pastor of the Eleuthero Presbyterian Church. I was born and raised here on the Monterey Peninsula, attended Bayview Elementary School, Walter Colton Junior High. I'm a 1972 graduate of Monterey High School. I also attended MPC, and I continue to attend MPC. So my roots go back a long way. Actually, my grandparents were among the first Japanese immigrants to the Monterey Peninsula, dating back to September of 1897. That's over 120 years ago, when my grandfather, Yonosuke Kodani, started the abalone industry out at Point Lobos, which is now Point Lobos State Park. If you've ever been out to Whalers Cove, you can see our family history on display. But my grandparents were founding members of the Eleuthero Church back in the early 1900s. And through the years, my uncles, my aunts, my siblings, my cousins, we all grew up attending Sunday school and worship services there. And over the years, Eleuthero has had a long and storied history here on the peninsula. It's been a place where members of our community could gather together for fellowship, for spiritual support and encouragement, particularly in the years following in World War II, when many of the Japanese Americans returned home from the years of internment. The church stood as a place where families could assemble and where they could make housing arrangements. So through the years, members of the church and others in our community have made great contributions to the community, not only in the fishing industry, but have served as doctors, lawyers, business professionals, civil servants, educators, and so many other contributions. And so the church members would be really grateful for your approval of this designation. And I just want to say thank you very much for taking the time to hear our proposal. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Pastor. And he went to Bayview School. I wonder if I was his 5th grade teacher, huh? And Dan, you might have been his principal or coach. Anyone else, Nat, have comment?
No other public comment on this item, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, unless there's questions, I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve the staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, if there's no further discussion, roll call, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, that's very exciting. It's a beautiful church. Next item is an amendment to the Community Development Block Grant. And City Manager, I think this is basically allows the city to use CARES money for emergency housing assistance. I think that's the substance of the whole recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think we give it a 1-minute presentation just to get it on the record, if that's okay with you.
Yes, please do.
Grant, can you condense it to 1 minute, please?
Good afternoon. Yes, I absolutely can. Let me go ahead and share my screen.
And in the meantime, folks who do want to call in for public comment on this item can start to call in now if you'd like. Thanks.
Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Good, Grant, go.
Okay, so as the mayor surmised, we have received $152,000 in CARE Act funding for our Community Development Block Grant program. The council's already recommended using that for rental assistance program. However, since it's a CDBG program, we do have to hold a public hearing to do this. And we also need to amend our citizen participation plan to allow for a reduced comment period and also the use of online hearings, which we're doing right now. So with that, we can entertain public comment on this, officially hold the hearing, and then take it back to City Council for movement on the recommendation.
Thank you, Grant. Public comment, do we have now, please?
Yeah, no public comment on this item.
Okay, council ready to move? Questions or?
Mayor, I just have one question.
Oh, go
Yes,
ahead.
please.
So I just wonder, where does this leave us in the process to begin the implementation of the emergency housing rental assistance program? So I think it looks like we're allocating the funds, but where does that leave us in that process to actually get the funding out there?
The funding will go out there starting in the earliest end of July, early August. And that is following the guidelines by HUD and CDBG in going through the regulations and being allowed to spend the money. Until then, there are different programs out there that might help renters to get by, but our program will start the earliest end of July, early August.
Okay.
And so I'm assuming they're like leading up to that, there would be advertising to the community so that they can know that they can participate in that program.
Yes, we actually have entered into an agreement with the Salvation Army, which will be the third-party provider to ensure that we are following all the guidelines and the accounting principles and the auditing requirements. And I think I signed that contract sometime last week. We are setting it up right now, and we will advertise it as we are able to tighten it all up, and then rely on the Salvation Army's expertise to vet the renters, because there has to be also income level, certain income levels that qualify them to get this emergency rental assistance program.
Okay, thank you.
And again, we're the only city on the peninsula that has $800,000 put into that program. It's just not the $152,000 that we just went through. It's an additional program income that adds up to over $800,000. We have invited other communities to join us. From the perspective of being a regional program, I know you haven't asked that question, but Mr. Mayor, just give me 10 seconds. This program is in itself defined as supporting all the renters who lost their jobs in the city of Monterey, no matter where they live. So in itself, it's regional. Anyways, we are open to accept other people's funding to include it into that program and make it work.
Councilmember Allen, you had a question, a comment?
Yeah, so obviously I'm very supportive of this, very appreciative of the staff's initiative in developing the emergency housing assistance program. I do have one question for the city manager. I know that Community Human Services and Gathering for Women are going to be asking the city, all of the peninsula cities, for help to get the Peninsula Homeless Shelter started. I think it's under construction very soon, and they hope to open it in October. So we have funds available that will be able to help out for that, or should we be thinking about retaining some of this money for that purpose? So that would be my only question. If you have funds in mind that are appropriate, then I'm ready to fully move forward with it.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Haffer. I am familiar with the planning for that building and the funding for that building. And as far as I understand, the need to help support the shelter that is being built in the city of Seaside will arise next fiscal year when we are going into when it's constructed, and then the operation and maintenance requires contributions from various cities. So this building has not been built yet. The funding for the construction will be done by the city of Seaside and other funding that will kick into that. And I expect that we probably have 12 months to then start with fiscal year FY 21-22 to support the ongoing operation. So should things change, of course, we will be looking into other program funding that we could identify to help that building sooner. But I think the initial startup phase, construction phase, that is all secured. The ongoing annual maintenance and operation, that will be the cost factor we have to figure out. And I'm confident that this will start in FY 21-22. I will verify that and report back to you.
Thank you.
That was an excellent point. I think the HEAP grant from the state is paying for the building. It's the operation and maintenance that we all have to contribute to.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, it's my understanding we have a public comment. Matt, do we have a public comment on this?
Yes, we do. We didn't give very much time, so we'll just take this one person who called in, and I believe it's Mr. McIntosh. Hi, you're on the line live with us.
Hi there, this is Mr. McIntosh again. Thank you, council and staff. I actually have my girlfriend Penelope with me, another resident of Monterey, and I imagine that you guys understand that our main concern with this proposal is the portion allocating coverage for people who have lost their jobs due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In the case of my girlfriend, layoff. In the case of myself, I got ill and was fired. I worked in Castroville but lived in Monterey. Penelope lived and worked in Monterey, and it's my understanding that she would be covered. But are people like me going to be receiving that coverage? Like, are we going to be covered? And in Penelope's case, she was only working for a period of 6 months. Are people like her going to be covered? She has been living here for a year, and we just want to make sure that we don't not represent ourselves, and that we make sure that our voices are heard, that we need help too. We're suffering, and thank you all for doing what you do and for being the public servants that you are. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, so if Mr. McIntosh is obviously watching this, so I think our suggestion would be if he could leave his contact with our housing department. Hans, that would probably be the best thing so we can follow up on his request.
Well, and Mayor, it sounds a little bit like a policy decision for us, because as it's presented by staff, the funds are going to be used for folks that have had economic impacts due to losing their job or loss of hours within the city of Monterey. So I don't think that Mr. McIntosh's family's situation would apply if they didn't have an impact due to a job outside of the city of Monterey. And this was an issue that I had presented early on, and it does leave a hole. Obviously, it stretches the individuals that have the ability to access these funds, so that perhaps they won't go as far as they would if it was a limited group. But this is, I think, an important thing for the renter community, which is a huge percent of Monterey residents.
No, I'm good with that, Tyler. What I think we need to do is get this request and amendment into the federal government, and then we can ask our staff to study that potential loophole and come back to us.
My recollection was that if you lived in Monterey or worked in Monterey and lost your income due to COVID-19, you could qualify. Of course, obviously, subject to income qualifications. Am I
Hans?
that correctly, Hans?
That is
Hans,
correct. That is correct how we are designing it, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so
Tyler, that should take care of your concern then.
okay, so then Mr. McIntosh's concerns meaning they should be able to apply for this. They would qualify based on the scenario that he presented.
Yes, I think he needs to tell us his circumstances, and then I think it will be easy for us to determine whether he is qualified for that or not. So I would just ask him to contact me. My last name is my email address, Uslar, USLAR at monterey.org. Monterey.org. Please email me, and we will connect you with the right staff person, and then we'll figure it out.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
All right, and seeing no more public comment, we'll do roll call, please.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Member Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. All right, folks, it's 5:34. We have one more item that I would suggest we continue to this evening. And I see a lot of nodding heads. With that, we'll adjourn and reconvene at 7 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening. Make sure you get well fueled up for tonight's meeting.
Mayor, will you be taking public comments for closed session? Or not, or no closed session yet?
Well, we're not going to do closed session.
Okay.
Thank you for asking. All right. See you a little later, everybody. We'll adjourn until 7.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Hello, Mario. We're getting ready to go. Okay. With that, we want to welcome everybody back to our council meeting. We adjourned at 5:30 and we're reconvening right now at 7 o'clock. I'm going to ask our impressive Assistant City Manager to put the American flag up on our screen if he has that facility for us tonight, and invite everyone to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Nat. We're going to do public comments, and these are items not on the agenda. So if you have some of your excellent thoughts, the public to share, we ask that you wait until that item comes up. These are for items that are not on the agenda that you'd like to bring to our attention. Our job is to listen, but according to the Brown Act, we can't take any official stance or action on it because it's not agendized. And if it's something that you'd like to hear back on, be sure to leave your contact with our staff, who is really outstanding about answering residents and business people's concerns. So with that, continued public comments. Nat, do we have anybody in the queue?
You know, since this is an evening session, we just put the Chiron up. Maybe I can just read a couple of reminders to folks who may be new to joining the city council meeting.
And we can get back to it as well, yes.
Great, great. So I think by the time I'm done with the statement, hopefully we'll have folks call in who are interested in doing so.
Yes.
We'll start by just reminding everyone that we're encouraging people to watch this broadcast on YouTube Live, which has a shorter delay than watching it on AMP channel 25. It's available at youtube.com/City of Monterey. And folks can also download the YouTube app on Google Play or the Apple App Store. To make a public comment when viewers are watching live, there is a lower third caption, or also known as a Chiron, on the bottom of the screen. So we encourage folks to call the conference line. The phone number is area code 831-225-0330. And when prompted, enter the code 192-7648#. Once you've entered the system, dial *5 to raise your hand, and you'll be added into the queue to speak. Callers will be automatically unmuted, and I'll be announcing your name, or at least the last 4 digits of your phone number, when it is your turn to speak. And we ask that callers, we have this issue sometimes, please turn off your television set or your computer speakers, or go to another room when you're calling in, because there is often background noise that causes interference with the broadcast and our ability to be able to listen in on your comment. So that's the procedure. That's what we'll be doing. Again, pay attention to the lower third of the screen, because our friends at Access Monterey Peninsula at AMP Media will have the agenda item that is being discussed at each time, and that'll help prompt you into the call-in process. So let's see, we have a couple of public comments, 2 callers so far, and first one will be Ms. Esther Malkin. Esther, welcome to the call this evening. Oh, let me see. Let me try again.
Council, I'm going to comment on something that was on the last session, because for some reason my hand raised wasn't acknowledged back then, which is not a big deal. But I just wanted to remind staff of a point that I've brought up a number of times in the conversation regarding the renter assistance program, which is that there is a pretty large, substantial subgroup of renters that rent rooms in the area because they have been forced to by the stringent policies that the monopoly of property management companies have created. So they cannot afford the deposits or the application fees, as well as a number of other reasons. So when this program is going to be implemented, we really cannot afford to leave them out, because
Are you there?
the renter population in the city because of the high housing costs that we've had for the last decade. So I just want to make sure to remind staff to think about how they can factor that in and be creative on including people that are not in a standard lease arrangement. And I think that's the only comment I have based on that last agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Okay, next public comment will be from a caller with the last four digits, 1705. Hello, you're live with the Monterey City Council.
Hello?
Hi there. Hello? Hello? Okay, we may have lost this individual. Are you there? Hello? Hi there, are you...
Line unmuted.
Oh, here we go. Hello, are you there?
Yes?
Okay, yes.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, we are. You are live with the Monterey City Council. Thanks for joining.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Is this public comment time?
This is public comment time, and you are officially live with the Monterey City Council.
Oh, thank you very much. Mayor Robertson and City Council members, I am Lorna Moffett, and I wish to thank the City Traffic Control team for its prompt response to changing the light signals at Belmonte Avenue and Figueroa Street. That was a really dangerous pedestrian crossing because drivers were threatening and challenging to pedestrians right of way. Secondly, Fisherman's Wharf was so crowded on Sunday, it was impossible to practice social distancing. Many people didn't even wear masks, and the restaurants did not invoke social distancing by having people stand apart when they were bunched together waiting for their orders. Some official from the city needs to make sure only so many people can be on the wharf at one time if we are to take reopening seriously. President Trump is only interested in saving the economy, which, contrary to his view, was desperately poor for low-income and middle-income persons since his election. Only the wealthy receiving tax cuts seem to flourish. President Trump's philosophy is to save the economy, even if it means you must get sick and die, which first responders are most subject to. If we are safe and courteous to each other, we can reduce the spread and buy ourselves time for a cure or vaccination, which brings me to my next concern. I believe in vaccinations, but do not trust what Big Pharma puts in them. For example, I wanted to get a pneumonia vaccine, so I asked the pharmacist what preservatives were in that vaccine. It's coal tar. Coal tar cannot possibly be good for our bodies or brains, though it certainly supports the coal industry. Why aren't the pharmaceutical companies using vitamin C or E as a preservative, which is used in foods and other substances? These harmful additives are the reason so many people, including myself, don't get vaccinated. I have reached out to the media and our representatives, Panetta and Monning and Feinstein, but they haven't responded to my questions. So I'm asking you to ask them what they are doing to make sure these pharmaceutical companies are not allowed to put coal tar or other noxious chemicals in the COVID vaccines coming soon. We must hold these companies responsible for what they are putting in these vaccines if we want citizens to be responsible and submit to them.
Okay.
President Trump and the Republican Senate is already working to make it impossible to hold these companies liable for any vaccine. So please, I await your response to get some action on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorna. Appreciate you calling in. We're going to go to the next public comment here, and it will be from Mr. Kurt Tipton. Kurt, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. This is Kurt Tipton again. I just wanted to mention, because you do have a agenda item coming up, the sea level rise presentation that was given the other day. I hope all the council members and the mayor watched it. And I hope you realize in 10 years that Del Monte will flood, and that is exactly where the current overlay is. And in 50 years, that overlay area will be in water. And in the 80 years, it will be one way or the other, either underwater and people are retreating, or we're going to be spending billions of dollars trying to reinforce the seawall. So I just, as you move forward, you are leaving a legacy for the next generation of how you're going to fix the downtown overlay area when it floods. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Kurt. Appreciate it. Next public comment comes from last four digits is 1500. Hi, welcome.
Hello, this is Wendy Brickman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Wendy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. First of all, I want to thank the City Council, the Mayor, the staff for your flexibility, hard work, and responsiveness to this unprecedented situation. Month after month, I mean, I think you're doing an incredible job, and so do many people I know. So thank you, and keep up the great work. Second, I've been going to work often, many times a week, and I feel like some of the people who are first responders from Salinas are coming to be near the ocean, and I get that. And I know that the city is providing the work with some signs and a banner that will stress wearing a mask and keeping your social distance. So I know those will be up soon to address the lady's comment. But anyway, thank you, and we're getting through this together, and you know, I just wish you all stay healthy and happy. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Wendy. All right. We have also on the line 0939. Hi, you're live with the City of Monterey Council.
Hi, it's Katrina Hansey. I just wanted to thank the City of Monterey for doing the repairs on the rec trail between Casa Verde and Park Avenue. It's a much more wonderful place to ride. I would also ask that consideration be given to people with injuries and those who only can ride bicycles for exercise because of physical limitations when using the rec trail, or of course trying to use the beach now that we can't get near it to park. Thank you very much again for the repairs on the rec trail. They were long overdue and they're much appreciated.
Great. Thanks so much. All right. That is all for public comment this evening. And
okay, Matt, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Of course.
I want to remind people we'll have to make sure we do that if someone speaks in the afternoon public comment, then they shouldn't do it in the evening, and vice versa. You get one shot. And so we'll just remind ourselves and everybody to take advantage of public comments either in the afternoon or evening, not both.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
I was wondering if we could hear an update from city staff in regards to the comments that Esther made. It seems unfortunate that her comment wasn't able to get in during the initial discussion, but just regarding those that are renting rooms, are they able to apply for the rental assistance?
Yeah, I think that's fair to ask for a clarification, not an action item, of course, but a clarification. Hans, would you be able to respond to that?
Yes, I am. This is a question that came up, I think, 3 or 4 weeks ago when we had a telephone conference call with others, including also Esther. And yes, we are looking into that and trying to accommodate that request. That is a very reasonable request that we are running by CDBG and HUD. please be mindful that we can spend the money again just because of just in connection in accordance with the rules that are being imposed on us on spending those monies. Point though is, this is an excellent question, and I know I've seen email traffic going to HUD asking that very questions, and I think we are awaiting a response from them right now, but this is a concern for us as well.
Thank you for the update.
Thanks, Hans. Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. All right, we don't have announcements from closed session because we did not go to a closed session. We have our first public hearing this evening, and that's to take a look at the East Franklin overlay. It is called the Density Cap Overlay District, and there is a recommendation to add 2 properties to that district, and it looks like to remove 1. About a couple months ago, I think we had a hearing on this and did designate parts of East Downtown to allow for additional height and density as part of our affordable housing program and to create areas and districts within the city. And so that's where we are. What did I miss, Hans?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm just curious. We left one item on the afternoon agenda, which was the suggestion to draft letters to various public agencies with respect to their structure. Are we putting this at the end of this
We'll
session?
do that at the end because I think these 2 probably have higher public interest.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for the question. Okay, so you had me worried there. I make sure I was on the right agenda item. And so let's have a brief staff presentation, please, about these changes to the Density Capped Overlay District.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our Community Development Director, Kimberly Cole, will take this item.
Actually, it's my pleasure to introduce Andy Flower, our principal planner, who has been working on this project consistently. Andy, take it away.
Thank you, Kim.
Okay,
My name
Andy, you can't punt. It's in your lap now.
Happy to be here. My name is. Yes. Thank you, Mayor Roberson and council members. My name is Andy Flower, principal planner, and I'm going to show you some things that you've seen before. I will make it brief. Just want to jog your memory. It was December 17th, 2019 that this was brought to your attention. And let's see. Excuse me. Thought I was. So sorry, I thought I was queued up for the first page. Let me just get there. I apologize. Here we go. Yes, so the density cap overlay, and what we're proposing here is a downtown specific plan amendment in order to add these 2 sites, 650 East Franklin and 437 Figueroa. And these were originally included in the boundaries. So this was the original overlay. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but where you see the circle there is the roughly 4-block area that was initially proposed. It was approved by Planning Commission, and when it came to council, there was a suggestion after listening to and being responsive to public comments that it could be conceivably cut in this manner. Unfortunately, we didn't have high enough resolution for folks to notice that there are property lines that make this bisection difficult. So what we ended up needing to do to amend the resolution would be to either include all of these 2 parcels or neither of them. And with an abundance of caution, our director, Kim Cole, rightly so, proposed that we take it this direction. So as of today, the record stands that what you see here is what is included as part of the density cap overlay. Now, the 2 properties that we're discussing today is property A and property B. And this is the property 437 Figueroa and 650 East Franklin. East Franklin has it has street frontage on both Franklin and Anthony. The blue are properties that were taken out by council and they remain out. So staff recommends that City Council approve the amendment to approve the downtown specific plan density cap overlay district amendment.
Andy, would you address, please, the property that is being removed? Did I miss that?
Well, in fact, this property de facto was removed by council with that bisection across all of the overlay. And that's because to have mixed zoning on a single parcel without including some kind of survey that can demarc where maybe one partial portion of the property is one zone and the other another, de facto, this is currently not included.
450 Camino El Estero is not included? That's what I'm
Correct.
asking about.
As approved by council on December 17th, yes.
Because it is in the agenda description as an action.
It's less an action and it's more of, and I apologize if it's misrepresented, but the intention was for it to be more of just a recognition that following council's maybe intention on that December date, that it's just sort of memorializing that that it is not and has not been included in the overlay.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Mayor, can I follow up on that question?
Yes, please, Councilmember Tyler.
Yeah, Andy, I'm just hoping you can explain that, maybe going into that that map that shows that area a little bit bigger and just kind of trying to explain that a little bit more in layman terms, because I'm actually not quite clear of why that site is excluded.
Of course. So this map shows the whole of the initial boundaries for the overlay district. And then the red mark shows where council suggested it be bisected, which makes a lot of sense over on the left. And it makes a little less sense for the two properties that are on the corner of Camino El Estero and Anthony. Because those are through sites, those are parcels that have frontage on both Franklin and Anthony, and in the case of the property you're inquiring about, also on Camino El Estero, to bring forth a correction or an edit to a proposal, we would have needed to either have a survey to demarc where we would want a property to have two different types of zoning, or to include or exclude it. And certainly we didn't want to assume that council's intention would have been to include it. Not to say that it couldn't be included this evening. We just didn't want to make that assumption.
Okay.
Well, the property in question that we're talking about is Mission Mortuary, correct?
Correct, yes.
Right, okay. I think that helps understand. Okay, other questions from the council?
Yes, Mayor, I have a question.
Councilmember Dan.
Andy, thank you very much for this presentation. The street to street, Franklin to Anthony, that particular property, is the setbacks on that property off the two sidewalks on Franklin and Anthony, or can they build right to the sidewalk on the Anthony side?
Oh, the downtown specific plan guidelines allow for construction to be at the sidewalk edge.
So it can be all the way to the sidewalk, because I understand on the other side, that piece of property, they're buffered by a residential, and my concern is putting a 4-story right next to a residential. That's one of the reasons why I would say, compromised in excluding any of those properties along Anthony Street, if I remember straight. And so that's what makes me a little bit uneasy, is the fact that that one piece of property will be right on the sidewalk, right next to a residential, which possibly could be a four-story building. That's number one, I think. That's my only concern. If there was any setback on that to where it's off the sidewalk, I feel a little more comfortable with that.
If I may just to share a little bit about the land uses that surround the project site. So
sure.
Great, thank you. So number one is 650 East Franklin. Number two, as Mayor Roberson mentioned, that is the Mission Mortuary. Number three is a law firm. Number four, El Estero Presbyterian Church, which I understand was also seen by you this afternoon. Number five, Filipino Community Organization. And number six, these are the only residential sites that are anywhere close to the project site. And I do have a photograph that shows that. It doesn't show the two new single family 2-story homes, but I do show a view from those two homes. So this is the site directly next. This is the project site. The project site is on the right where you see the red car. And the empty parking lot is the site that is number 7.
Okay.
Mayor and Dan Albert, may I make a comment? This is Kim Cole, the Community Development Director. I just briefly want to state that this area of the city has been designated for commercial use for many, many years. I know that we as planners talk about it as an area that's in transition. And mixed use has been the vision for this area for a very long time, even predating our current specific plan. So I just want to, you will see a mix of uses in this area, and it is slated for commercial use and mixed use development. So it is in transition, and there are adjacent single family homes, but over time, some of those single family homes may not exist anymore as the area transitions.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Or that answer.
Building on that question, the current zoning would allow for a 3-story buildings in the commercial district. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, Mayor Roberson.
And so with the creation of, let me look at that term again, the density cap overlay district, that allowed for a 4-story building and increased density. So you're basically going from 3 stories to 4 stories.
It's correct that it goes from 3 to 4. Overall, for the whole of the area, the density is not increased. Just a point of clarification. But for an individual building may have more density than what is available presently. Yes.
Of course, then it's also, as you can help me with my memory with when we looked at this last time. And so any building coming in because of state law, it would be administratively approved. It's not subject to a use permit anymore as a result of state action.
That's correct. In fact, we have 591 East Franklin, very close to entitlement right now. The design has transformed, and it's I think a lot of people are going to be very happy with it.
Right. So this raises the question again. I had the opportunity to walk that with my 2 advisors today, Dottie and Gracie. And just think about if I were a resident there, what impact would the density district, and it's really quite minimal. As one property we haven't talked about was 437 Figueroa. But I was looking at the same lot that Dan was. Is it 100% lot coverage? And number 2, I'll answer that first. Is it 100% lot coverage?
That is correct. And that's true for the building 591 East Franklin now.
Right. Mm-hmm. And is that true for the other zoning in the area, the 3-story, the regular commercial zoning, it's all 100%?
It's true for the underlying zoning. Yes, sir.
All right. Then the question I would have is, can the 4th story, and not against a fourth story additional density, creating additional affordable housing. Can it be staggered? Does it have to be, does the staff have the discretion to say, hey, nice building, but through design, modulation, et cetera, this is going to have a less impact. It's going to be more pleasant if the fourth story starts 20 feet back or something like that.
I can tell you that excuse me, I'm sorry.
What discretion that you have to make sure that if there is a case of, you don't want to be in your home and have a fourth story looming over you, I don't think, but if it's modulated, that's my question. Can it be modulated?
My instinct would be to say no, and that's because many of these lots are very narrow. So for instance, the site that we have right now, designed by Chad Brown for Dan Silveri, this property right here, that would kill a project. That would make it infeasible. This is a very narrow lot. It's less than 50 feet wide. So you can imagine there's no sense in having a fourth story if you need really almost any kind of setback. We are being creative in discovering ways to make it a friendly pedestrian environment. So we're making the most of the sidewalk. It's difficult to describe, and we're still in process, but I think that suffice to say that it's evolving in a creative way that will be a friendly pedestrian environment.
Are there any requirements for individual open space, balconies, private open space for each unit, or open space or usable space on site?
There are opportunities for roof decks, and I know that that's something that that one property owner has shared an interest in wanting to do. We're also discovering ways that we can make the most of the sidewalk area, so that well, I hope to show you graphics on that soon. It's more difficult to describe, but there are balconies, for instance, for the 591 East Franklin, and there are some clever design attributes that one can imagine would make the inhabitant feel a very close connection with the outdoors. In other words, even if there isn't a space to inhabit outdoors, there's lots of windows, and there's sort of green walls, and so the short answer is yes, there is open space opportunities, and we are working with developers to make the most of that possibility.
And just to add on to that, I mean, I think we need to think broadly in terms of the context of this area. It is uniquely situated adjacent to large open space areas, including Monterey Park.
Allison, turn off your mic.
It makes it real. I love that.
I felt like being serenaded. That was beautiful.
So we have Jack's Park there. We have Lake El Estero and the park facilities, and we have the beach. And so this area is within a very short distance to walk and bike to amazing open space resources.
Okay, thank you for that. Other questions? And we'll go to the public.
Clyde, I just have one more question for Andy.
Yes,
and
please.
Andy, I apologize if this question's been said before and in the last discussion, but that was a while ago, or in this discussion. In the multiple levels from street to street, is there a setback like on Lighthouse? Is there a 12-foot setback or a 6-foot setback for each one of the levels, or is it straight up and straight down?
It's straight up, and really that's the only way many of these lots could be feasibly built. But we are working closely, so we have pushed well and worked closely with developers. So we have a bit of a surprise in store. We have something that's more than just a mural, but so we're trying to take advantage of opportunities where there would otherwise be blank walls to make sure that there's an interest for the public.
Well, Andy, I can't wait to see that design. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Any more questions before we ask for public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I've got one quick one.
Councilmember Ed, please.
Yeah, so I'm looking at page 69 of the packet. And the staff report refers to figure 1. It says see figure 1, but there's no reference to which one of these figures is number 1.
I apologize.
Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Which one is number 1?
I do think some things got bumped around a little bit. Let's see. Oh, figure 1 is can you see my screen?
I can, yes.
So is this the, so here I showed, and I apologize, I have just only my report open, not the full agenda packet, so I don't have the agenda packet page number, but I do see figure 1, density cap overlay proposed and amended by council. I'm wondering if maybe
that's the correct page.
Maybe it didn't show up because there's because it looks like there's not much in the margins there. So maybe if, I don't know if you're looking at a printed copy, maybe a printer refused to print it.
It's packet page 69.
Yes, page 69. You're on the right one, Andy. Okay. I just don't know which one is figure 1. Is it left or is it right?
Oh, it's the combination. It's showing the difference. So the one on the left was the original proposal, and the one on the right was the intention by council. But as we've discussed, that this would have bisected 2 parcels.
Okay, yeah. So both photos are referenced as figure 1 in the staff report. And if you could go to the page 71 in your staff report, where you have an A and a B, page 71. I think one more page.
Okay. Sorry, my computer's being a little slow. There we go.
There you go. Okay. So I understand A is the property that is 437 Figueroa. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the property next to it that shows a blank there, tell me about what is that property? And I think it's commercial, but it used to be a house. What happens with that little sliver, and what would they be able to do as that corner unit? How tall could they go? It's a very small lot.
So I just want to clarify, are you asking me about 449?
Yes, it's Anthony and Figueroa.
Oh, yes. Okay. I would say that lot is about as narrow as 591 East Franklin. And now it's been left out of the overlay. And your question is, what could they do there?
Yeah, so if they're left out of the overlay, and we know what the overlay allows, that would involve 437 and all the rest in the overlay, what would the restrictions be to that one corner lot versus the overlay?
I see. Yes, the difference would be that they would have to stick with whatever density would be allowed according to the size of the lot, and they could only build up to 3 stories in height.
Okay, and so if we approve this tonight and we move forward and look at 5 or 6 years down the road, and the property owner came up with a reasonable project that could maximize that, what would it take for that property owner to be included in an overlay or seek similar exemptions? Because if 437 becomes 4 stories and 444 is a 1-story, what have we done to the neighborhood is the question. And I don't know if there's an answer here, but I'm just analyzing in the future, what is that corner lot left with as they possibly have a neighbor that is a beautiful building, but it's 4 stories.
And this goes back to our work as planners with the developers. One of the things we're encouraging folks to do with any site that's that's not as skinny, as narrow as 591 East Franklin, as you can see there, is that there be no firewalls. In other words, that there would be windows and balconies along all facades. So while it might be a 4-story building, they could still build a 3-story building. And,
Okay.
and depending upon how many housing units we will have developed in 5 years' time, they might prefer to not be in the overlay, because while it allows for individual lots to be built out at higher densities, just as the name implies, there is a cap. So once we reach that cap, which would be expanding today with these 2 parcels by a small amount, once we reach that cap, then it is anyone who would want to build housing beyond that would have to meet CEQA requirements.
Okay, got it. That's all the questions I had.
Andy, one more question for me, and that is, this became a recommendation. Was that just kind of cleanup, so to speak? Or did you actually have property owners who said, hey, we'd like to be included in the density district?
We have 2 property owners. We have Mr. Rodatos and we have Mr. Avila. And both property owners have visions for building housing. And Mr. Rodatos is, he would like it to be 100% affordable housing, and that's for the site at 650 East Franklin. So depending on how our water conversations continue, that might be a real possibility in the near future.
Okay, very good. If there are no more questions, we'll.
Mayor, I just have a question. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So if I remember the last conversation we had, I don't know when it was, I thought that this is exactly where we wanted to go, that if we had a developer that wanted to come in and develop the property, we just amend the specific plan so that we gradually build up or gradually build that area into a multi-use or multi apartments. And I thought we wanted to do it very slowly instead of doing an overlay throughout the whole area. Was I right about that, or?
Yes, sir. That was part of the minutes. It was included in the minutes.
So
yes.
I think that this is the direction that we gave staff, is that if somebody did come with a piece of property, to bring it back to us, and we'll look at it and decide whether we want to amend it or not. And I think to answer your question, Ed, that's probably what an owner will do in that little strip. Come back to us and ask if you can amend the ordinance, I would think.
Yeah, and correct. I would think that the door is open, and I just am reflecting back the last time we saw this, how we were having a difficult time actually visualizing and deciding where the line should be. And I, for one, was not thinking that we had excluded 437 or we excluded 450 with that street to street property. So this makes sense. So I'm ready to hear from the public.
All right. Andy, again, thank you for answering our questions, and you had all the answers for us. So, Nat, do we have any public comment?
We do. In fact, we will take the first public comment from, it looks like Lorna Moffett. Lorna, are you on with us?
Yes, I am.
Great. Welcome. You're live with the City Council.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand why you are considering permitting a 4-story building in a 3-story building area. That just opens it up for 5-story, 6-story. I'm not quite clear because it's hard to hear and understand everything one's saying here. But having said that, I just think, I hope the council says, no, this was meant for a reason. 3 stories is what it should be. And they want a 4-story, go somewhere where they're allowed a 4-story. But this just opens up a whole can of worms, in my opinion, unless they have the 1-story below the ground and it's a ground floor underneath the ground, the 1st story. Hello?
Yep, okay. The public comment,
That's it. That's it. Yeah.
that's all you got? Okay, perfect. Thank you, Lorna. We appreciate you calling in. Okay. And we also have a caller, last four digits is 8884. Hi, you're live with the City of Monterey. And we also have Are you there?
That's me, yeah.
Yes, okay. Could you move away from your speaker, please, or your television set?
Oh, so I turn off my volume on the computer.
That would be great. Yep, there's some background noise and we're hearing ourselves. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, great. Thanks. Sorry about that. I'm also very, very concerned about the 4-story that was approved last December. I've been a lifelong born and raised Monterey resident, and I frequently in the area of Lake Elistero and windows by the bay, and it just really, just to be honest, is very heartbreaking to try to imagine buildings that tall. I think it would be an eyesore from above and below. Also, of course, there will be traffic and parking concerns, and I do understand the pressure for affordable housing. But I really, really just would urge council and all developers and parties involved to consider any sort of modulation and setbacks like you've been discussing, and to limit. I didn't know that the commercial zoning was already zoned for 3 stories, but there are no 3 stories in that area as far as I'm aware. There's only the highest buildings I can think of are the church that was just approved as a historic site earlier today, and the credit union. And I just see like the sunlight being impacted on all neighboring areas, including Jack's Park, even sunlight to Del Monte. So that's my input. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Well, would you be willing to share your name for the record?
Mallory Mickle.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mallory. We appreciate you calling in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye. Our next public commenter on this item appears to be Barbara Meister. Barbara, thanks for joining us tonight.
Good evening. Hi, it's Barbara Meister. I'm the Public Affairs Director for the Monterey Bay Aquarium. I've been following this work that you all have been doing since last year, I think, and particularly on this particular project and decision that you've got to make. And I just wanted to speak in support of the staff recommendation. The idea of density in the core of downtown makes sense. And it makes sense for hospitality workers such as ours at the aquarium who would love to be able to walk and bike in proximity of their workplace and the benefits that come with that. And it's understood too that to make affordable housing affordable, it will require this higher density. And I trust the architects are going to do a good job of really making sure that that fits within the corridor and within the existing architecture. But I look forward to seeing those plans as they come forward. So I just encourage you all to vote in favor of this, and I'll look forward to long-term benefits and providing more affordable options for our workforce at the aquarium, but also hospitality workers and workers at the city and our other organizations here as well. Thank you much. Bye.
Great. Thank you, Barbara. We appreciate you calling in. All right. Mayor Clyde, that concludes public comment for this item.
Good. Thank you, Nat. Well, I think we've asked our questions. We've studied this a long time. Are we ready to entertain a motion?
Mayor, I just wanted to throw out, so I was in conversation with somebody that's familiar with the folks at the Mission Mortuary site, and they weren't aware that we did this before, but had always had interest in wanting to do housing there. And so I understand the comments that were made last time in regards to allowing property owners to come back later on. It just seems to be time efficient to allow that now. And if they don't want to do it in the long term, they don't need to. But I wonder if, because that's on that space where staff, kind of didn't include it because we're splitting the parcel. So I would just offer that we include that in the proposal that we're submitting tonight. And I'm just interested in other thoughts.
All right, thank you, Tyler.
How about I just go ahead and try to make a motion here to approve the staff recommendation and include the 450 Camino El Estero site.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, hearing none. Are we ready to make a motion on the staff recommendation?
I move to approve the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay. Under discussion, the 4 stories for me has always been, I wouldn't say problematical, but something I've thought about a lot, primarily because that is a mixed neighborhood. We have historic homes, or as I said earlier, I did walk it. So you have a balance of increased density, increased height, because otherwise I don't think anything's going to be built. I do buy the argument that you have to have the increased height and density. And so that just makes it really important that our staff that's looking at this encourages the developers. You don't have to require it, but encourage to, if modulation is appropriate, to do so, to make sure that these buildings fit in. Because the first building is going to be the test case. And if it turns out to be something that's not palatable to our residents, that's going to be the end of this. So that's why I think it's very important. Remember the Sheraton. The old timers got that one. But I'm excited to see how this goes forth. And again, someone in the public mentioned this. We decided this area, because it's dense, as Barbara Meister says, it is part of the downtown core. And also this is why Garden Road was, in my opinion, a perfect site for affordable housing too, because those are really good sites for that. So any other comments?
Yeah, Mr. Or go ahead, Ed.
Alan?
No, you go, Alan. Go ahead.
Alan, please.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to thank staff for bringing this back. For the public who may be concerned about the increased density, I just wanted to point out that this action only increases the number of units from one that would be permitted in that whole overlay district from 187 to 193. So it's not that much of an increase in the density. But the one property on Figueroa is adjacent to the city's harbor building, which we're looking at possibly developing as affordable housing, and it really would make sense perhaps for us to work with that neighboring property. So that really makes a lot of sense to add. And then the other property on Franklin is a long, narrow property. I walked down there also, and it's those two long properties. One of them's a parking lot, and the other one is basically not orchard supply, but like a landscaping kind of supply place. So I guess what I would just say is that a lot of the commercial properties down there are, I would say, not distressed, but it's in need of attention. It's in need of redevelopment. And while we may have a few large residential buildings, I think it's actually going to increase the attractiveness and the property values for everyone down there, to be honest, because right now it feels a little tired, a little run down. And I think if we get some redevelopment along the lines of what some of these property owners are imagining, it's actually going to benefit everyone. And I think you'll see more people walking there. I think you'll see more people biking there. I think it's really a great potential mixed use development site. So I'm just very supportive and appreciative of our staff working on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Ed, did you yielded the floor?
I did. I did. Can I get credit for that for the future?
Yes, you may.
So I wanted to recognize a couple of comments that are in the staff report, and I think that they're very important for those that live in that neighborhood. You know, tonight we acted on the church to declare that that is going to be a historically significant location. But also we recognize that there are several other buildings in that entire district that have the same sort of flavor that are, you know, should be on a register in the future. And they have the potential of significant historic opportunities. So I don't know if the entire district can be declared as such, but I think if there's some work in the future for this council and the staff for that district to acknowledge the, you know, the turn of the century architecture and the 100 remaining residences that are there in the district, I'd be all for that. I think it's always a challenge, and I would say that the most difficult part of being on the city council for these last 5 years is in the area of land use. And I don't know if my other council members feel the same way, but this is always tough in land use because we're trying to craft and see the future and also be sensitive to those that live and own property in the district now as well. So I think this is a good balance. I think that this is appropriate for these two sites, an appropriate overlay, and recognizing that there are some strict guidelines that fall under anybody that develops that as part of the downtown specific. So there are architectural demands that the builders will have to adhere to. And so these buildings and the buildings of the future in the district have to fit in and have some appropriate design and setbacks. So we're not in favor of just straight up walls, and we're in favor of having architecturally significant properties that fit well into the neighbors, because we all live here, we pass the buildings, we want to use the buildings, and we're not into building a San Francisco or downtown high rises that San Jose is going to go to. We want modulation and we want architecturally designed so that the neighbors can have variations in the building so we don't have straight up walls. So for those developers that are listening, what we're looking for is significantly designed buildings that call for you being good neighbors and designing great buildings.
Thank you, Ed.
Mayor?
Anyone else? Councilmember Tyler.
Yeah, so this is not just about affordable housing, though increasing supply does make housing more affordable. We need to provide more homes as a requirement for our regional housing needs assessment, our RENA allocations, which dictate how many units we need to develop at what income levels over a decade period of time. We don't only need to meet our current needs, but also meet the needs for the pent-up demand from the lack of housing development from decades past. It's exactly some of the pushback that we hear tonight that has contributed to the lack of housing supply, and thus, in turn, has aided in the high cost of housing. I guess the question that I'll continue to ask is, if not here, then where? If folks have concern with increased housing density in certain areas and care about the affordability of housing, would be most helpful to offer solutions of where these units go. I imagine that downtown Monterey is the space where we can have the greatest impact. In fact, it's a downtown. And for many folks on the peninsula, it's the downtown for our entire region. We have the largest workforce on the peninsula, but fail at providing adequate units for those that give life to the industries that provide this city the revenues to function. I will say that other areas in the city need to do their part too. Many areas are zoned R1 or low density single family residential. These areas perhaps can focus on policies that provide increased opportunities for ADUs. we all need to work together and agree that this is an appropriate use for this land.
Thank you. Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. Okay. Next item will probably, I expect that's going to be a long presentation. Do you want to take a 10-minute break now, or shall we take it after all the presentations are made? How are you all feeling? Keep going? Take a break?
I'd say keep going. Alan.
I don't know. Either way, I'm happy.
Okay. Let's go. All right, the next item is to deny an appeal and approve the personal wireless facility use permit to allow a new Verizon wireless facility at Community Hospital of the Monterey Peninsula building. And this is how, in order to be consistent with our presentations, this is how we're going to conduct our hearing. We'll have a brief introduction by our city manager, or I might imagine we'll turn it over to our Planning Community Development Department. And then the applicant will make their presentation, followed by the appellant. We'll have public comment, and the applicant would have an opportunity to rebut. We're going to be looking at, we're hoping 15 minutes for staff presentation, if that long, 15 for applicant and 15 for the appellant, and then we'll do 3 minutes for public comment. And this is standard legal procedure, so I just wanted to remind everybody the process for that. But before we go any further, we also need to find out if any of our council members had any ex parte communication. That means outside of the public arena, and this would be your opportunity to say, yes, I went and visited, I talked to so-and-so, etc., as ex parte. So if there's anyone who has done that, I have not, but if anyone wants to share any ex parte, this would be your time. All right, hearing none. With that, I think I'll go ahead and turn it over to our insightful city manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm so insightful that I will not punt it to the Community Development Director as you predicted, but directly to our planning contract planner, Jerry Hiddleman, who is working on this item for quite some time now. And Jerry Hiddleman is a contract planner from the planning firm Rycon, and he will present now the application, the staff presentation. I'm sorry, the staff presentation.
Okay, well, welcome, Mr. Heddleman, and you can't punt. It's yours. So yeah, you're going to be making our staff presentation then.
Great. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm not sure if you can see the presentation right now, but
yes, we can.
Oh, great. Okay, it's on my screen. And thank you. This is as stated, an appeal of a use permit for a Verizon wireless facility at the Community Hospital of the Monterey Peninsula. And what I'll be doing is going through a brief presentation talking about the project location, project history, the description, the basis for the appeal, and the staff recommendation. The project site is located at the hospital as stated, just north of Highway 1, just to the east of SR 68 Holman Highway, and just to the west of Scenic Drive. And as you can see, I've outlined the area on the roof of the hospital where the antennas will be located. It's the southwest quadrant of the roof. Here is the entrance to the hospital. And for those who are familiar with the facility, they do have a rotunda, which is a skylight just inside the entrance, and that's located right there, just to orient you. Here's a little bit of history. On January of 2017, T-Mobile was actually approved for an upgrade of their facility on the roof. And they have a series of 3 rooftop antennas. AT&T was also approved for an upgrade, and they have 3 rooftop antennas as well. This project was heard by the Planning Commission, which approved it on March the 10th. And then it was appealed to the City Council on March 13th. This project is for installation of 8 new rooftop panel antennas and the associated support equipment. The ownership is Montage Health. Applicant is Ben Hackstead of Sequoia Deployment Services, who represents Verizon Wireless. Zoning for the property is Planned Community District, and the general plan designation is commercial. Project review process. This project proposal is considered a new wireless facility, even though it's somewhat co-locating with the existing AT&T and T-Mobile services on the property. And what it's going to do is hopes to provide improved 4G service and improved wireless service in the hospital. In your agenda packet, there are 14 letters from healthcare workers at the hospital stating that they do not have service from Verizon Wireless currently inside the hospital or on the grounds. And the intent of the project is to improve that. Now, because this is a different lease area than the T-Mobile and AT&T facilities, again, it is a new wireless facility. We have a 150-day shot clock. So again, the project will be located on the roof. Here's again the entrance to the hospital. And I'll show you on the next slide where the antennas are arrayed on the roof. So this is an enlarged little figure of the roof. And as you can see, the Verizon wireless antennas are outlined in red with blue stripes inside. So they'll be arrayed in this location, to the north, to the east, to the south, and to the west. And it also shows, I like this figure because it shows where the T-Mobile and AT&T facilities are located as well. And you can see that T-Mobile is directly adjacent to Verizon, as is AT&T to the north. We have 3 AT&T antennas directly adjacent to Verizon's proposed antennas facing to the east. And then to the south, we also have a T-Mobile antenna right in this location. And then we do have the T-Mobile also is arrayed to the west in this location. And then the support equipment will be in this location for the proposed Verizon Wireless facility. So again, this just shows in more detail what the antennas look like. So north, east, south, and west. This is a large figure of what the support equipment will look like. There'll be 3 cabinets and other types of remote radio units and so forth in that support area. This shows the elevations of the building, and this is the northwest elevation, which shows the antennas arrayed on the roof. Again, for orientation purposes, here's the skylight over the entrance to the hospital. At the entrance also, there'll be 2 antennas behind what's called a fabricated plastic, or let's see, FRBP screen. So it'll be behind a screen. This won't be viewable by the public. These antennas will be in the southeast elevation, not on the building facade, but on the facade on the roof top, which hides the equipment on the roof. This will be the support equipment, which will be behind the FRP screen. There'll be 2 antennas here, 2 here as well. And then towards the back of the building, southwest elevation, 2 more antennas. This is the view study. So looking west from the property hospital grounds, you can see the two Verizon antennas. This is on the southwest side of the building. And here's an existing antenna. So it'll look exactly like the existing antennas. It'll be painted an off-white color to match the building or the facade on the roof. Again, you can see that there'll be two antennas here that will again match the color of the roof. Two antennas here, exactly matching the color of the roof screen, as you can see. And then at the front entrance, this is where you drive into the hospital. The antennas will be behind this screen wall, as will all of the support equipment I showed before. So you won't see anything as you're driving into the hospital. Now, we do have a number of issues that were brought up by the appellant. I'll go through some of the key issues to keep this a little briefer, and we can answer questions on any questions you might have on those. So it goes anywhere from incomplete application was brought up by the appellant, city staff errors and omissions, improper CEQA. I won't go through the whole list. I'm sure you've read through it, but we have quite a few, and some were even brought up after the report went out. So I'll go through the radio frequency study. There was the appellant brought up that there was an inadequate RF report and third-party review. Now, the RF study found that the project complies with all FCC regulations, which is required by federal law. We had a third-party review by CTC Technologies, which verified compliance with those Federal Communications Commission regulations. And also I wanted to point out that under Section 704A of the Federal Telecommunications Act of 1996, this preempts cities from denying a wireless project based on RF emissions if they meet the FCC regulations, which in fact we have verified that this project does. Now, again, going back to this figure, this shows the RF exposure on the roof. I'd like to point out that the roof access is only accessible by workers. General public, patients, doctors, nurses, anybody else working in the facility cannot access the roof just by people maintaining the roof and putting in equipment. So the blue, yellow areas show that there are areas where the antennas are that exceed the occupational thresholds for radio frequency. So to again protect the workers, there'll be a worker training program. There'll be warning signs on the roof. The roof will be locked to anybody else getting up there, and the maintenance workers are only up there for brief periods of time. So we feel that these are conditions of approval, that they have to put all these measures into place to ensure that worker safety for people on the roof. Now for RF exposure to the general public, at the ground level, again, the antennas are pointing out the exposure at the ground level, let's say in the parking area or at the entrance or anywhere on the grounds, is less than 10% of the FCC's public exposure limit. So they're way below that limit. And the radiation from the antennas going out in a horizontal manner, which is shown on this figure, it's actually 160 feet. Now on this figure, it portrayed 200-foot radius out from the antennas that'll be on the roof. The nearest, oops, let me go back. The nearest building adjacent to the hospital is Carmel Hills Care Center to the south. That is approximately 400 feet from the closest antenna. So they won't be receiving any radiation from the antennas themselves. And actually, Carmel Hills Care Center is a one-story building, so it'll probably be going over it. Another appellant issue was inadequate property owner authorization. We do in our file, this was submitted with the application, have an official letter of authorization signed by Mr. Tim Nyland, Vice President of Montage Health. At the Planning Commission hearing, we had someone from Montage Health reiterate that this is a project that is authorized and actually requested by the hospital itself. Another appellant noise issue was an inadequate noise report. The city noise standard at the property line in commercial districts is 55 decibels at nighttime at the property line. The antenna support equipment has some cooling equipment where the maximum noise level is 67.3 decibels at 5 feet from these 3 units. And the maximum decibel level at the property line is quite a bit below the 55 decibels that's required, and it's at 37.1 decibels. So we are showing compliance through the noise report of the city's noise standards. Let's see. So in conclusion, staff acknowledges the appellant's reasons for the appeal. We have addressed them all in the staff report and somewhat in the presentation. The proposed project complies with all local Monterey Municipal Code standards, the state CEQA guidelines, and the FCC RF regulations. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council deny the appeal and affirm Planning Commission's decision and adopt a resolution approving the use permit. Thank you, and available for questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hittleman. Any council questions at this point?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I could ask a quick one?
Yes, please, Council Member Ed.
Yes, Mr. Hittleman, the slide that you showed about 3 back referenced the RF exposure where, yeah, that's the one. Ground level RF exposure is less than 10% of FCC's public exposure limit. So could you explain that a little bit more? So in other words, if the FCC limit was 50, does that mean that this project is 40? So could you walk me through this?
Actually, if it was 50, you'd take 10% of 50, which is 5%. So it would be 5% of the public exposure limit. But we are quite a bit below that. And they're allowed to go up to 100%, but not more than 100% on that exposure.
Okay, so it's a different way of looking at a percentage.
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure we were not talking about just a little notch down below.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, my camera was off. It's not a little notch down below. It's a substantial level below the level.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And one other question on Exhibit A on packet page 153. Now that's the one that you show the property site with the big circle around it. I don't know if you've got a slide for that. Explain what the polar plot graph means in terms of that RF being broadcast out off of the campus of Chomp.
Yeah. I could go back to the same figure I was showing before, which shows that.
Yeah, I think that does. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really showing that on a horizontal plane that the radiation only goes out about 160 feet. I put 200 feet on the figure just to go a little bit further, and then it wouldn't go beyond that to any surrounding existing uses. And I should point out that the applicant does have their RF engineer here if you want to get into more detail on an explanation on what that exact graph means in the RF report. But this, I wanted to show you this just to show you graphically that there won't be any radiation going off-site beyond Scenic Drive.
Okay, and so radiation is one thing, but if, let's say I was hiking in the mountain below Chomp, where the blue arrow represents the 400-foot level and beyond.
Mm-hmm.
That's the RF, but that doesn't mean that I would be able to capture a connection on my phone to this cell site or one of these cell sites, depending on the carrier, outside of that circle.
That's correct.
Okay. So what is the range of the signal that I would be able to connect to on the Chomp campus if I happen to have that carrier? How does it benefit me?
I don't have a figure showing that. It would allow you to get service inside the building for sure and on the grounds, and probably somewhat beyond that, but I'll leave that up to the applicant to explain where the coverage goes beyond the actual campus.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
And Councilmember Smith, if I can just add to that, I think it's important to note that the applicant submits a certified report from an RF engineer with their application. We then send that report to our consultant, CTC Technology, who is also an RF engineer, and they peer review the RF engineering report. And what they're looking for in both scenarios is compliance with FCC standards. So I know that the applicant has their RF engineer on the phone who might be able to answer some of these really detailed questions. But I do want to give you the information that those reports have been peer reviewed independently.
Great, thank you. I'm not good at math, so I don't want to go too far into this topic with the engineer. I know they'll take me someplace I'm not going to understand.
Other council questions at this point before we hear from the applicant?
Yes, Mayor, I have.
Oh, go ahead, Dan.
Okay, Councilmember Dan, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So I have two questions. It's kind of difficult for me to visualize where those antennas are on the building, even though I see it. Are these antennas visible from Highway 68 or the adjacent neighborhoods at all?
No, they are not. They are on the roof, but as you know, around the hospital, there's very dense vegetation. So if you drive up Scenic Drive, you really can't even see the building. I tried to view it from there myself. And as you're coming into the building on the main entrance, let me go to the view study. This is as you drive into the hospital. The antennas will and the support equipment will be behind a screen wall over here, so you won't see them at all. And the back of the hospital is not even accessible to the public, pretty much.
So, thank you very much. So on from the public roads, they're not visible is what you're saying.
No, they won't be.
And then the second question is, if this upgrade is not put in place at the hospital, is this upgrade necessary to the use of technical support and equipment within the hospital that would probably better serve the operation of the hospital? Does it make their patients and the procedures safer, or is it just for personal use within the hospital and their workers? Because you did mention that there was 13 workers that stated that.
Yeah. And reading through the letters from the various people who work at the hospital, the doctors, it's critical for them to be able to communicate via cell phone, just to give the patient information, patient's family, maybe to consult with other experts. So I think some of them have even had to change carriers because they couldn't get Verizon service within the hospital. So that's what I noticed. Perhaps the applicant can expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, I would just like to ask the applicant. I'm more thinking about the technical use between equipment inside the building, and if they use the carrier to communicate between equipment. That's all I was asking.
I'm not aware of that, but that's a good question.
Thank you. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, good. Councilmember Allen, I think you wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, Mr. Hiddleman, I understand from your report that the RF exposure on the ground and to any other surrounding buildings would be minimal, or act far less than FCC regulations allow. What about within the building itself? Let's say below the floor directly below them. What kind of exposure would there be there? And is that something that was looked at?
Yes, thank you. That's an important question. Again, we have the RF engineer expert here, but really the exposure that exceeds public standards would be only on the roof. As you go below that, they don't exceed the public restrictions or regulations for FCC. I couldn't tell you exactly the number, but we can leave that for the RF engineer from Hammett and Edison.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I just have one question.
Yeah, Councilmember Tyler, please.
And I think it's been alluded to earlier in the presentation, but just for clarity's sake, can health concerns from RF emissions, the impact to those outside of the current FCC standards, be a justification for denying the application?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think I had it on one side here. There is a section in the federal law, the section 704A, which says that you can consider other aspects of the project for denial, but not the RF emissions if they meet the federal standards. And again, we had the applicant's report, we had that double checked by a third-party review, and we are confident that they do meet the federal FCC regulations.
Thank you.
All right, then again, thank you, Mr. Hiddleman. At this point, we will go and ask for the applicant to make a presentation, please. And you heard some of the questions, hopefully, that you can answer, which the council has asked.
Okay.
So Hans, who would be our applicant, please?
Yes, our applicant, and perhaps Kim Cole could announce his name. I'll unmute him from our system. He's calling in. Both our applicant as well as our appellant are calling in. This is, I believe, Paul Albritton and his team from Verizon Wireless. Paul, are you on the line?
Thank you, Ned.
Good evening, Mayor Robertson, members of the council. Thank you so much for taking your important time to review Verizon Wireless's application this evening. I have 7 members of our Verizon Wireless team on a bridge line with me here tonight so that we can answer all of your questions as they come up. We will have to say that we are truly honored to work on fulfilling the request of the medical community in Monterey and providing telecommunications for telemedicine and other important aspects of their work at this time, at this very important time for them to communicate within the hospital, amongst themselves, with their staff, and outside of the hospital. And in fact, we're very humbled by the 14 letters, and I hope you got a chance to look at those at the end of the staff report, from doctors at the hospital, the co-chairs of the hospital, the directors of the emergency services, the director of the rehabilitation services, psychiatrists, all have weighed in about the importance of Verizon Wireless service in the hospital. And the service won't just serve the hospital, it'll serve approximately 1.9 square miles around the hospital campus. So this will include doctors' offices and rehabilitation centers around the campus where the service is lacking and needs to be improved, and Verizon Wireless wants to step up and do that. On the phone with me, maybe you can jot down some names as I go along. But Dwayne Bonham is the RF engineer who designed the facility and can answer your question about the distance of the antennas and how much it covers. I mentioned it covers about almost 2 square miles around the hospital campus. And that's Dwayne Bonham, and I'll let him speak for a moment, just a moment. Also on the phone is Ben Hackstead. He is from Sequoia Development Services. They have processed the application and worked very closely with staff to make sure that we meet all of the city's requirements, code requirements, as well as state and federal requirements, including the noise requirements you heard about. But most importantly, we are on the highest level of proposed facilities in Monterey. We're co-located on an existing structure using stealth antennas that, as you heard, are difficult to see from around the building. And this is, again, the highest priority under your code for us to place facilities where we have a gap in service that we demonstrated by Dwayne. Also on the phone, very importantly, is Bill Hammett. Bill Hammett is a registered engineer in the state of California. He has been performing work for wireless companies since the 80s. He's written the book on the wireless emission, and he can answer all of your questions regarding the studies that he conducted, as well as the studies that were peer-reviewed by CTC. And I encourage you to ask Bill those questions. And in all cases, I should say we are compliant with the FCC guidelines. The FCC guidelines were just updated this year by the FCC, and there are no publicly accessible areas anywhere at the hospital that will have emissions that come anywhere close to the levels that are allowed under the FCC guidelines, and Bill can speak further to that. I'll pivot there and say the appellant's principal concerns are with respect to those emissions, and she uses various arguments with respect to nuisance, effect on trees, and other issues to argue property value, that somehow these emissions are going to affect her well-being and the well-being of the city. But as you heard, the federal law states that the city, once we have shown that the facility complies with the FCC guidelines, that no regulation on the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions can be done by the city where we've shown that we've complied. And there's been plenty of case law in the last 25 years regarding this requirement. And it applies to property values, it applies to bees and strawberries and every number of instances where people have suggested these emissions are not healthy. The appellant tries to extend this to the ADA, Americans with Disability Act, and the Federal Housing Act. Cases have shown that the ADA, this is not a protected disability under the ADA. Seventh Circuit most recently in 2017 making that ruling. And we included all of that in our briefing that we provided to you. She also argues, as you heard, that this doesn't qualify as a Category 3 exemption under CEQA, and we've cited multiple cases, most recently Don't Sell Our Parks from San Diego, where a 45-foot monopole in a park was confirmed to comply with the CEQA Class 3 exemption. And so here again, as with the ADA and the FHA, the appellant is mistaken on the law and the long history of the law. I'm going to cut my comments short. I would ask that you affirm the well-written decision of the Planning Commission. We feel it's important for us to provide this very valuable service to the medical community that they have asked us to perform and provide to them, and have reiterated in their letters this evening. I'm going to turn the floor over initially to Dwayne Bonham, the RF engineer for Verizon Wireless, to answer that question about the area distance that this facility will provide wireless service. Dwayne, can you provide us an answer?
Yes, this is Dwayne Bonham, radio frequency engineer for Verizon Wireless. In regards to the coverage area of this site, this is a relatively small site. It's designed just to really cover the hospital grounds and surrounding buildings. Out from the hospital covers anywhere from 1/4 to 1/2 mile in any direction maximum. Our objective here was solely, we were contacted a little over a year ago by the hospital saying that they had a need for service and asking if we could do something about it. As a community service project, we opened this project to fulfill their need and help out community Monterey.
I'll let you address your questions, Dwayne, after to make sure I think we won't use anywhere near 15 minutes, but I want to take a moment. Also to answer the question, this is Paul Albert again, by the way. The letters from the doctors indicate that they have an internal click system that they use to communicate within the hospital using their cell phones, and they are concerned that their Verizon service is not allowing them to do that. So that someone was asking about communications within the hospital. There's no machine-to-machine communication that I'm aware of in the hospital, although wireless services can serve as backup when other broadband services fail at the hospital, and so there is that additional service. I want to turn the floor over to Bill Hammett of Hammett Medicine Consulting Engineers. And Bill, there were some questions about the RF emissions, and I'm hoping that you jotted them down and can answer them.
Certainly, I'd be happy to. Mayor Robertson, members of the council, my name is Bill Hammett. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of California. I manage an independent firm of 18. We're located up in Sonoma County. And a regular part of our practice is the calculation and the measurement of radio frequency exposure conditions. This has been my professional focus for 35 years. During this time, I've done more than 20,000 site evaluations. McGraw-Hill has published my book, as Paul mentioned. As engineers, our job is really straightforward. What are the levels and how do they compare with the standards? Since we deal just in facts, our clients span the industry, carriers, broadcast stations, cities and counties, as well as private landlords. My two reports are a matter of record and have been discussed already for this co-location on an existing facility. As noted in our letter of April 1st, where we responded to some specific concerns and questions from the appellant, we find that the maximum RF exposure conditions are well below the FCC limit. This is the cumulative case for the simultaneous operation of all three carriers, so there's no question that this does comply with the federal standard. One of the questions that came up had to do with the circle diagram, and I want to be clear that is the diagram from your independent peer review firm, CTC, and that is the circle at the same elevation as the antennas going out. So there was someone who asked about, well, if I'm hiking below the antenna, below the building, you're nowhere near the extent of the fields equal to the public limit, because that's up high at the same elevation as the antennas. The other question that came up was about, I think, Councilmember Happ about for the levels inside the building. The levels inside the building will be less than the levels at ground outside the building. Typically, the energy doesn't like to go through something you can't see through, and so the top floor is heavily encumbered by the roofing materials, and so we would expect levels to 1% or 2 inside the top floor. And finally, someone, just to clarify on the percentages, the limit by definition is 100%. So if you're at 10% at ground, as CTC calculates, that's 10 times below the limit. Your phrase was substantially below, and that certainly is. For someone on the top floor of the building at 1 or 2%, you're going to be 50 or 100 times below the allowable level for unlimited time exposure. And I'm happy to address any specific questions anybody has now or later on in this process.
This is Paul here again, and I'll conclude our remarks that my TV screen says I've got 5.5 minutes, but I think we've only got about 4 minutes. And serve any additional time for rebuttal, but we would love to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, you did address many of the questions that were asked earlier, and would the council at this point have any more questions from the applicant?
Mayor, I just have one quick one. One of the gentlemen that were just giving us the information about RFs, I know this is a project with multiple carriers. So combining all of the different carriers with their different degree of broadcasting, does that impact the total site of RF? Does it one site plus, 4 or 5 other carriers all broadcasting out? What does that do to the RF?
It's an additive situation. That is, what one carrier produces at any given location, you would add up the second carrier and the third carrier. There are 3 at the site. So all our figures are based on cumulative, simultaneous operation of all 3 carriers together. And when we do the field measurements, that's one of the conditions of approval, is that measurements be taken to demonstrate compliance or to check for compliance. And the meters read the total environment of RF energy, not just one carrier.
Okay, and that total amount of RF is still substantially below the FCC limits.
Absolutely, without question.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I had.
Other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll ask you, gentlemen, to stay on the line, please, in case for an opportunity to rebut at the end of the meeting. So our next step then would be
Here.
to hear from the appellant. And so we would ask Ms. Beatty to share her thoughts with us, and with the reassurance that we've read all of the written material, all of the emails, et cetera, that has come into us. So Nat, do we have Ms. Beatty with us?
Yes, we've noticed it doesn't appear that she's called in. I'm just going to unmute some folks just to make sure she has not yet called in. Just if you could hold on just a moment. Let's see here. Is Nina Beatty on the line?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
you are.
I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Oh, super. Okay, great. We're glad. We were worried that you weren't able to call in. So thank you, Ms. Beatty, and we'll go ahead and start the timer when you begin speaking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, the electricity at my house was off today up until about 3, so I asked for the meeting record to be kept open so I can submit all my comments into the record by Thursday. And I request all testimony and exhibits from the Planning Commission hearing included as well. I'm very frightened. I'm disabled by electromagnetic sensitivity. I also experience serious disabling health effects already when exposed to the EMF emissions from cell towers, cell phones, Wi-Fi, smart meters, and other wireless devices. And shelter in place is normal for me. This project is 1/2 mile from my house with impending life-threatening exacerbation of my medical condition, and it could take my home away. I have never seen such a joint effort by applicant and city staff to deny my appeal, discredit me, stigmatize me, and throw me under the bus. I stand by my appeal, including the errors and omissions in the reports, and the video link on the test showing evidence of coverage has been submitted into the record tonight. There are more grounds in the new material from applicants and Kimberly Cole and Jerry Hiddleman's office, because the city provided me only a few days to review the 9-page April 21st letter from Paul Britton, Bill Hammett's response, and the 14-page agenda report. Releasing it on Friday, the city put me at a great disadvantage, complicated by my poor health. As a result, I only had time to respond to a few of the issues they raised. However, I found such spurious and specious claims in this material that the rest of the documents are as likely as not to be spurious and specious as well. Mr. Albritton's letter on page 3 alleges proxy arguments by me. ADA is no proxy argument. ADA is a primary federal act that the city must comply with. It is not preempted by the TCA, and the city is not preempted from considering the environmental effects of RF, only from regulating them. NEPA is not a proxy argument. It has to be complied with. Mr. Albritton mischaracterizes and misrepresents preemption and only focuses on 32C7B4 as if it was meant to dissolve ADA and NEPA, which is unlawful and discriminatory. He disregards TCA Section 601C under Title VI, effect on other laws. Federal, state, and local laws, no implied effect. And this act and the amendments made by this act shall not be construed to modify, impair, or supersede federal, state, or local law unless expressly so provided in such act or amendment. He's cherry picking the TCA. TCA Section 255, access by persons with disabilities, adopted ADA's findings, definitions, and purposes. Congress intended ADA to be enforced. Mr. Albritton ignored the first listed factor the FCC must consider under USC 332A1, promote the safety of life and property. TCA 601C requires enforcement of other laws. I raise no kind of proxy arguments regarding disabled accommodation, ADA, FHA, and state equivalent rules. Your monopoly control permitting the placement of these objects interferes with the use and enjoyment of my home, ADA, FHA, and significantly alters my human environment, NEPA. It's unlawful and discriminatory when you choose to force some TCA laws for telecom persons and refuse to enforce other TCA laws for human persons. In AT&T versus Carlsbad, Mr. Albritton recites, but the lawsuit was about blocking all telecom service. That's not the situation here. No one guaranteed the telecom's customer list. They are only guaranteed some kind of service. I don't block them from service. Their service is all around me, as evidenced by the test done in 2017 and the test done in March. Preempted concerns. The TCA preempts a rule that blocks a carrier from participation. I don't do that. Controlling some is not prohibited.
supposed effect on people who claim sensitivity. Mr. Albritton's claim goes against federal acknowledgement of electromagnetically sensitive persons. If the project doesn't have a defect, they can accommodate an EMS person as long as it's not, quote, controlling. Their product has a defect if they cannot accommodate me. This is based on their own admission, and its definition of tangible object and physical footprint on page 5 doesn't fit the definition of science. Environmental effects from emissions, preempted consideration. If Mr. Albritton's arguments were true, then NEPA laws would not have human environments in it. It would only have machine environments. There must be balancing of vulnerable humans with machine environments. This is not unreconcilable. The issue is that the Verizon and the city refuse to do so. Again, it's not true that the city is preempted from considering environmental effects. It is only preempted when it blocks an applicant unfairly or totally. Neither he nor the city have provided any evidence that my appeal will prohibit or effectively prohibit service. Fair housing is another preempted proxy concern, he says. Mr. Albritton makes another false statement. FHA is not preempted when delivery of services is conditional on a discriminatory action which blocks the access of a person's home. He says speculative claims or unproven disabilities. Again, Mr. Albritton makes a specious claim. EMS is not speculative as the Access Board attests, and it's not unproven as I've submitted plenty of evidence in other proceedings. I provided factual evidence and successfully linked my condition to protections under the ADA and FHA and state equivalent rules, which are not preempted under the TCA. Applicant merely finds it inconvenient to do the work required by them in the TCA's dual regulatory authority, which I've been briefed is amply described in Mozilla versus FCC. In Section 6, preemption, Section A, express and ancillary authority. And the medical and scientific community has known about electromagnetic sensitivity from the first human interactions with electricity. See Hermes. By the citation he quoted on Hermes, he has obviously never read the 2005 U.S. Access Board Indoor Environmental Quality Report on the impact of Wi-Fi and cell towers for anyone who cares to look. His arguments against me are spurious and specious reasons that don't apply to my case. The WHO's no clear diagnostic criteria. The WHO statement is equivocation in that electromagnetic radiation strikes at the cellular and molecular level such that it affects every person and their medical condition differently. To say otherwise reflects a lack of knowledge of medical methodology for which the speaker has no experience. His comment about WHO should be disregarded. And to the contrary of his incorrect statement of methodology, there are thousands of studies that link EMF symptoms to EMF exposure. So EMF is a condition that a doctor makes a recommendation about. There's no diagnostic code because it can affect all physical symptoms with individual symptoms as the Access Board recognizes. Mr. Albritton misrepresents medical knowledge and federal statutory knowledge, and all of these statements should be disregarded. The speaker is not a medical expert and uses this information spuriously. His reasoning should be rejected. His conclusion based on WHO's recognition does not control the Access Board and ADA requirements and should be disregarded. And further, because he makes conclusions that American laws should be enforced based on a United Nations WHO report. The city approval shows a tabular basis for privileging one property owner over another one living in a home. The applicant is an untenable neighbor to the sick person. Ironic, because the applicant's mission is health. But the city is permitting against one of its own citizens, such that one is an unwelcome neighbor to the other, shows a breakdown in community relations. You are attempting to make my property public property so that they can do what they want. There was never any meaningful dialogue. They did nothing to reconcile the last 100 feet of every land use project. Instead, zero meaningful accommodation, zero interactive dialogue, zero following of the ADA. Recommending approval is retaliation. In the staff report, Mr. Hittleman's statements about the firefighters exemption at SB 649 and AB 57 are false. I've sent you an affidavit from Susan Foster on the firefighters exemption, correcting his misinformation. His statement should be completely disregarded. And as his statements tonight on the RF report completely contradict the RF report from Mr. Hammond, which say that on the ground, the exposure is 30% of FCC limits for cumulative exposure, not the 10% he talks about. Issue number 13 on page 11, the general rules for everyone has nothing to do with ADA. Staff again engages in spurious reasoning, distraction, and mischaracterization. Jerry Hittleman is not qualified to comment on ADA. The applicant made no attempt to accommodate me. Not once does staff make the presumption that I have this condition, or attempt to make reconciliation, or convene an ad hoc committee to come to a less intrusive solution. Under Title II, the city stands in the shoes of the landlord. It has monopoly control over the project, the proceeding, and its delivery of services. Hittleman's statement that the ADA doesn't have regulations is not on point. There will never be instructions because ADA requires, customized accommodations on a case-by-case basis. They will never publish a laundry list of how to accommodate. On point is not an accurate representation of how ADA works, and his remarks should be disregarded. Mr. Hittleman's ability to apply access board recommendations seems to be at fault. I'm sitting in my home, shelter in place is my lifestyle, barely surviving right now with any attempt for a least intrusive means effects to me in my house, which is covered by access board, and outside my house as well. His remarks are to ignore, dissolve, and block my access and rights. He attempts to absolve you of FHA and ADA in my house. In my home, nobody can make the regulations seem to work for me. Instead, he has a long list of nasty assertions to throw me under the bus and make me sick inside my house. I asked the city for accommodation. A denial is not a regulation. It is one location. All authority over decisions is allowed. I'm looking for something that doesn't increase the peak pulse at my home. Deny this project on the basis that they won't attempt an accommodation. Denial of all activities preempted, but not removal of one or some. With the superpower of these antennas that are 30 times the power of AT&T and T-Mobile's equipment, this appears nothing more than to sacrifice me so they can muscle out AT&T and T-Mobile. Verizon is not guaranteed their business model. And this significant change should trigger need for review as measured by peak decibels at my home. I have an atypical situation that requires NEPA review. You can invoke FCC statutes and require NEPA around the significant alteration of my environment where I'm bearing the public burden. On page 12 for FHA, Mr. Hittleman's FHA argument is completely specious. It is not hard for any person to contact the ADA coordinator again at the city to produce documents on my disability. Negligent or retaliatory, or he would have made a simple phone call to the city to see if what I was saying was provably false. Like the judge in the Kitawa case found that this document is capricious, withholds a meaningful dialogue, and has specious reasoning with no good faith to resolve this issue. Many of the findings listed by staff cannot be made by the City Council for this project. The findings of public health, safety, and welfare. This project is detrimental to my health, safety, and welfare. Judge, the design and development standards. The facility does not comply with the ADA and FHA or building code accessibility rules. Compatibility. The emissions of this commercial facility will impact my home. A commercial enterprise cannot flood a residential zone with smoke or chemical emissions. This is no different. And the maps showing coverage completely contradict what you've heard tonight from the applicant. This showed that, and in the last meeting, it was clear they were talking about coverage over a wide swath of Pebble Beach into the Jacks Peak area and down the freeway towards Carmel. Compatibility. The emissions of this commercial facility will impact my home. A commercial enterprise cannot flood a residential zone with smoke or chemical emissions. This is no different. General plan consistency. This is not consistent because it is detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare of persons residing me, and will be, quote, detrimental to properties improvements in the vicinity or the general welfare of the city. And compliance with specific conditions. This project does not comply with the wireless ordinance, which specifies projects must comply with ADA. Regarding CEQA, exception C is one of the several exceptions that apply to me in this project. There is a significant effect. For Hittleman to state otherwise is false. The new wireless facility would not have a significant effect on the environment, and health concerns which are regulated would not be significant. That's absolutely false. FCC guidelines, by the way, are based on ANSI and IEEE guidelines and were adopted as an interim measure and publicly stated to be inadequate at that time by the EPA. To say that they ensure safety is specious and spurious. Many of the FCC rules of what the city can and cannot do would seem to be considered commandeering in violation of the 10th Amendment. Why is the city allowing itself to be commandeered? These are some of the issues. And I ask, if you approve this, I request that you
require notification when it will be activated to the city and the city to me. And I request that you require that there's no phased activation. When it's turned on, it's completely turned on, not gradually powered up. So there are many, many other issues I could have covered. And unfortunately, with a time deadline and not getting documents in adequate time, that's all I was able to cover tonight. But the grounds on my appeal stand, and the information, additional information, is there in your docket. Thank you.
Okay, we're back, Nat?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Nat, we're almost hitting the 2-hour mark. We do need to take a break. How many people do we have in the queue, do you know, for public comment?
Yes, we have 2 individuals for public comment at this time.
All right, well, why don't we take those 2 and then we'll take a break. So those folks don't have to lose the connection or anything. So would you please do that, Nat?
Sure. Our first caller has the last 4 digits. Oh, go ahead. Chrissy?
It's Chrissy. Yeah, I was just going to say if there were any council member questions of Ms. Beatty, now would be the time for the council to ask her those questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And do we have any council questions of Ms. Beatty? All right, seeing none.
Okay.
Then let's go to public comment, please.
Great. Our first public comment will be from the last 4 digits, 5311.
Good evening. This isn't public comment. This is Tim Nyland with Montage Health, and so I'm happy to mute, and you can come back to me, but I do have a brief comment this evening.
Okay, I believe I'll have to ask Chrissy this question perhaps, but I don't know as the owner whether you're considered the applicant or whether we'll just take your public comment in your 2 minutes now.
Taking it under public comment should be fine.
Okay, so let's go ahead and hear your comments, and I'll start the 2-minute timer.
Great, thank you. Again, this is Tim Nyland with Montage Health. I'm one of the vice presidents. First, let me start by thanking the members of the City Council for their time and attention towards our project. And I'd also like to thank the members of our community that are participating tonight that have shared their concerns. I do respect your opinion. I'd like to make one thing crystal clear, though, and the one and only reason we are pursuing a Verizon cell tower at job is so that our physicians, nurses, and other clinicians can effectively communicate with each other to care for the patients that we serve and that we treat on a daily basis. The Verizon cell signal is very weak in an essential area of the hospital, which specifically contains our ICU, our operating rooms, the cardiac cath lab, and our emergency room. The decision to add the tower is not a business decision. It is a decision to support safe patient care and to support our community. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comment. Our next individual looks like it may be Lorna Moffett. Hi, Lorna. Thank you for joining.
Yes. Hello?
Hi, you're live with the Monterey City Council.
Yes, I have a comment here. First of all, I'm asking the City Council to postpone this project, and that they need to read the book Cell Phones, Invisible Hazards of the Wireless Age by Dr. George Carlo. In this book, it shows that the now head of the FCC, Thomas E. Wheeler, at least he was under the Obama administration, I believe he still is, was the former chief lobbyist for the wireless telecommunications industry. And he is the one that made the rules that people have no rights regarding their health when it comes to cell towers and cell phones in cities. And this goes against our Constitution. And it is your job to protect the public from this overuse of this technology, because it's extremely dangerous. And top scientists all over the world have come out and said so. And if you're going to just believe Tom Wheeler, who has made these rules, who is a wireless communications industry lobbyist and was, then we have no hope for this world. We have no hope to ever overcome these diseases because our immune systems are being so affected. And, you know, you've heard it. You have an obligation, each one of you, to go back and look at all the research and all the people that have been affected and are being affected, and the people, the teenagers that from 15 to 18 have more brain tumors by using their cell phones than any other sector of our population. You need to start protecting the public instead of protecting these industries. And there's plenty of communication right now in cell phones. Everyone's using internet and YouTube on their cell phones. They need to stop doing that. They can do that on the computers.
I'm sorry, Lorna, our timer is up. Thank you so much for calling. We appreciate you calling in, and thank you for your feedback. Our next caller is, last four digits is 3532. Hi, you're live with the Monterey City Council tonight.
Hi, Susan Foster calling. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Yep.
excellent.
Great.
I'm calling to defend the assertion that the firefighters received an exemption to AB 57 and SB 649 on health grounds. They did indeed. I know that because that exemption was based on a study done in 2004 in Summerlin and Carpinteria, a SPECT brain scan study of 6 firefighters. And all 6 firefighters were found to have measurable brain damage after a 5-year exposure to a tower directly in front of their station. The reason I know this is because I organized the study. It was conducted by Dr. Gunnar Heuser and Dr. J. Michael Usler. So we found brain damage in these 6 firefighters. And one thing I want to point out is that the tower was measured by Peter Sirk, and everybody who's on this call will know that he's one of the top measurement experts in the country. He measured this tower at 1/1000th of what the FCC allows. Okay, apparently what Verizon is putting in there is much more than is needed by 14 people who say they're not getting enough coverage. 30% of what the FCC allows is a massive amount of radiation. When the firefighters in our pilot study, they got 1/1000th of what the FCC allows, and that was 2G. So Nina Beatty has every right to request ADA accommodation, and that I believe it was Mr. Hillman, but I'm not sure. It could have been the gentleman from Verizon who said that the ADA is preempted by the Telecommunications Act of 1996. It is not. It is not. Judge Hillman in the Faith School case sent a memorandum to every party in the case. And the case was not, it's case timed out. And I think I'm timing out here right now. But he sent this memorandum and he said this was a very, very important point. And he said that
I'm sorry.
when you're talking about anything under 1,000 microwatts per centimeter squared, that's non-thermal. The federal communications commission,
I'm sorry, but I really hate to stop you. I really hate to stop you, but we do try to maintain a strict time limit for the meeting. We've got quite a few agenda items still tonight. So thank you.
I understand that.
Yeah, thank you for calling.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Take care.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. Our next caller appears to be Kevin Dayton. Kevin, are you on the line with us?
Yes, Kevin Dayton here speaking as a resident. First, I want to praise the City Council for your empathy and compassion on this. I've seen the emotion that comes up with the wireless issue and the issue of electromagnetic radiation in general, and it's a very heated issue. We all have friends and relatives who have ideas about this sort of thing. I want to note a couple of things. First, I think it's notable that you have all these letters from doctors and nurses saying that they would like to have this wireless antenna at the hospital, not only for the patients, but for themselves as well. And I think that says a lot if people who are trained in medicine aren't worried about these antennas. I don't want to fuel authority, but that perhaps to you should be an indicator of whether or not the claims being made here are credible or not. I'll also note that you had a wireless subcommittee that was meeting last year. And in August 2019, there was a memo from your city manager indicating that the city had already spent $147,789 just on that committee. I think if you add up, I'd love to see this happen one day if the city could add up all the expenditures over the years dealing with electromagnetic radiation controversies. I bet the city spent $1 million on it if you could count the lawsuit over the LED lights. So I encourage you to reject the appeal and move forward on it and take these thoughts into consideration as you do that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Kevin. We appreciate you calling in and all of those who've called in. Mr. Mayor, that concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, well then let's hear from the appellant, then we'll take a break. The appellant has an opportunity to make any final rebuttal comments, please.
Great.
Excuse me, the applicant has the opportunity.
Yes, thank you. I will go ahead and allow the applicant to speak. Just one moment. I believe the applicant is now live, back on. Yep.
Hello, Paul Albritton again. We also are sensitive and appreciate the concerns that people have regarding RF emissions, and Verizon Wireless goes out of its way to make sure that it is always in compliance with the RF regulations by the FCC. We stand by the information in our briefs. I'm not a health professional, but I am a lawyer, and in reading our briefs, you will see that we said that the ADA has the electromagnetic sensitivity has never been acknowledged by the courts as any kind of disability that requires accommodation under the ADA. And similarly, we fully comply with all NEPA requirements. As you might imagine, this particular facility would be categorically excluded from NEPA review, although we conduct the necessary studies to do that. But because it's not affecting wilderness, wildlife, endangered species, historic structures, Indian or cultural resources, and so forth. I'd like to have the remainder of the time, I'd like to have Bill Hammett respond regarding the concerns of the appellant, and particularly her half-mile distance from the proposed.
Okay, and just to remind you, you have 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Certainly. This is Bill Hammond again, professional engineer. The one item that the appellant talked about was our calculations at 30% versus what his staff member Hiddleman said at 10%. I believe your staff is referring to the results from your own peer review. Our numbers tend to be very conservative, err on the side of high, so there should be no issue there. All of her items were addressed pretty thoroughly in my letter of April 1 that addressed these issues. The half mile, the extent, remember the inverse square law. As you move further away, the power goes down by the square of the distance increasing. So at a half mile away, remember your map from CDC showing 160 feet or 200 feet, as Mr. Hiddleman put on. A half mile away is 2,600 feet. So I don't have the number for what it is at her would be at her house, but I'm sure on a cumulative basis it's fractions of a percent, thousandths of a percent.
Thank you. I think that concludes our rebuttal. Again, we very much appreciate your time, and Verizon Wireless looks forward to providing this necessary service to the medical community in Monterey and the residents and patients of the hospital. And and we'll answer any other questions you may have. And thank you for your time.
Okay, right at 3 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
All right, well, it's 9:13. I'm going to suggest that we take a recess. Let's all of us be back at 9:30, ready to go. Thank you. So we'll take a recess to discuss the issue and make a decision. Thanks so much. Let's take a break. appreciate the concerns as raised by the appellant, the applicant, our staff report, and we want to assure everyone that we have received a great deal of written information in the record, and we have all read it and studied it and so on. And so let's get started. Were you any more questions at this point, or
no?
We ready to move on it?
Yes. May I offer a motion?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so it's agenda item 13. I'd move that we accept the staff's presentation and this appeal, and I find that the Planning Commission's vote should be upheld and deny the appeal.
Got it. We have a second?
I'll second.
All right, discussion?
Yeah, under this, Ed, go ahead. Looks like you had something.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that there are 10 points that are listed in the agenda item, and I very carefully went through all of the requirements. I looked at the information that the appellant went through and heard her very carefully. I don't find that the Planning Commission erred on any of the points. Matter of fact, I think their questions were very thorough. There's only one point of note in here, that there was a comment that there was the lack of the person prepared with the applicant to be able to respond, but they were able to get through the documents and the material, and staff and Mr. Hittleman was able to answer most of those questions. So I found that the Planning Commission was very thorough and complete, and appropriately went through the material and came up with the right findings. And I can't find anything that the Planning Commission erred on to overturn the Planning Commission's decision.
Thank you, Councilmember Ed. Anyone else?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the concerns of the appellant, but I don't see anything in the application that would justify a denial. There's no aesthetic impacts. It's not a historic building that would be impacted. And even though we can't actually consider RF exposure, it is by both the applicant's study and the third party's study found that the RF exposure at the ground is less than 10% of what the FCC standards allow, and in the building even less. And this particular site is actually a priority site in the sense that it's not in a neighborhood, it's not a residential area, it's a commercial. So the applicant is actually trying to do what we are asking them to do, and is, I think, well within the FCC standards. So I don't see any way we could justify a denial.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. All right, public appearance item. We have two public appearance items. Then we do have to go back, loop back on number 11, which was from this afternoon. And then we also have closed session. So, and it's 9:34. And this senior millennial does need to get at least 5 or 6 hours of sleep tonight. And so, city manager report on COVID-19 response efforts. And as we know, I'll turn it over to Hans in a moment. It's definitely, we're seeing improvement in California and nationally. I'm sure you read or heard about Governor Newsom's latest protocols, where he is looking at some other criteria in order to open up. There's a lot of pressure, I think, going on for that very thing in a safe way. And it's certainly a moving target. I had an opportunity to hear the governor on PBS this evening and explained his new criteria and where we're going. I've also, I'm sure you have too, had several meetings with the county, Dr. Moreno, Charles McKee, Supervisor Lopez, several supervisors, and in the county where the authority rests along with the governor. And so we've had a lot of briefings, and I think Monterey County's at the point that it wants to apply. You have to do to attest that you have certain protocols in place and enable the county to go through stage 2. And that's in process. And I think countywide, there's going to be an application sent up to the state. Governor said that 53 out of the 58 counties would probably be able to move through phase 2 rather quickly. And then we'll see what happens after that. So Hans, COVID-19 response efforts, with that brief introduction, more macro, what's going on in the city?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will briefly give you a presentation about that, and hopefully I will keep it very, very brief. Let me show you the presentation now. Okay, on May 1st, we closed the beaches, a partial beach closure only. This was done in response to our neighborhood at Del Monte Beach. I can tell you that we feel the measures are working. Since May 1st, we are conducting weekly meetings, the city attorney, the police chief, assistant city manager, and I, in reassessing the need for the partial beach closure. We have achieved widely compliance, and I can share with you that this is working as the weather is improving, as we are approaching Memorial Day weekend. I think we will have more and more folks coming into Monterey, and so keeping people moving, keeping people walking, jogging, running, not allowing sunbathing, not allowing picnics, etc., gatherings. I think having that in place is a real good tool, and it appears to work very well. When you look into other beach areas that had challenges like that, they have implemented similar measures after us, especially in Southern California, where they had massive issues, and coming up with a solution like that also seems to work in those communities as well. So you have actually the next agenda item to deal with that more specifically. This morning at 5 a.m., we opened up the launch ramps. This was a very well orchestrated effort between the harbors of Monterey, Moss Landing, but also Santa Cruz. Even though Santa Cruz port is not in Monterey County, but in Santa Cruz, it belongs to their own entity, to the Port Authority. So it's not part of Santa Cruz County itself or the city of Santa Cruz. But we felt all harbors that by opening the launch ramps to the public, we would basically take pressure off individual ramps. City of Monterey, City of Moss Landing partnered very closely. We discussed with Dr. Moreno last week, and we selected this morning, 5 a.m., to have every measure in place, have all the signage out, and I can tell you, I think it has been very well received. So the launch ramps are open and ready to service the sport fishermen. What are we working as COVID-19 staff? We are working on FEMA reimbursements. You need to hit a certain threshold. I think it's something like $55,000. We started tracking costs on January 20th when we started ordering PPEs. So that's when we started actually tracking our costs with respect to COVID-19, not knowing on January 20th that this would actually grow into a pandemic. Operation Outreach has been very successful. Over 5,000 calls have been made to seniors. Since March 16, we have conducted over 45 daily media calls, Monday through Fridays. We are meeting with local journalists, and we are updating with them, sharing with them our information, and answering their questions. Our excellent public information officer, Lori Huelga, has sent out so far 39 daily email updates to the residents. They come like clockwork at 6, 7 p.m. each night to our residents. They focus usually on 2, 3, 4 items only. They are brief, they are informative, and they are very well received. I will hold again this Friday mornings with the city manager. I'm doing this every 2 weeks also to keep the community informed through those YouTube live sessions. They are to a degree interactive because people are submitting a lot of questions in writing, and I try to be responsive to them. Our recreation program, sports center, and our library are holding virtual programming. But the big thing that we are working on very hard for the past 2 weeks is we are preparing a budget study session for you next week, Wednesday, May 27th. We're estimating right now our revenue losses are anywhere in the range between $14.5 million to $22.2 million for next fiscal year, FY 2021. We will bring to you on next week, Wednesday, our target. It's somewhere in between 14.5 and $22.2 million. We are targeting one certain number because it's easier to work towards one number than towards a range. And we'll bring you a wide array of suggestions in how to balance FY 2021 budget. And this will be a brutal session. We will put all the things on the table. We don't expect that we will receive any concrete directions from you, but what we try to do is giving you an assessment of where we are and where we should go. And let me just say one last thing. We are in a time crunch. This is not an iterative process that we can prepare through multiple steps and multiple iterations. This is an exercise that we need to complete at the end of June, the latest early July. So we will start that off next week, May 27th. And as I stated earlier, the deficits are anywhere between $14.5 million to $22.2 million. And it will be a meeting with a lot of harsh realities that we need to address. And that, Mr. Mayor, is my COVID-19 update.
All right, thanks very much, and on Hans, for all the effort and the entire staff, because this is teamwork and we're all trying to get to the same goal, reopen safely, and also we have to take certain measures. And as you said, that budget meeting may be brutal, but with what I'm hearing, the governor was talking about, and of course we cross our fingers that Congress will fund cities and schools. That was the CARES 4 Act, which is passed by the House. Unfortunately, it looks like it's turning into a partisan fight, but the governor held out hope that some money would be coming to California and hopefully to us locally. Council, question, comment before we move on?
None here.
Okay, Councilmember Allen?
Or Tyler, go. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Tyler?
Nope, no comment.
No comment, Mayor.
Okay.
We do have a public comment.
I did have a question before we go to public comment.
Yes, please, Alan.
Yeah, so Hans, I'm aware that our business community and business districts are looking at the possibility of temporary closing of some streets to allow restaurants to open in a way that would allow them to have more space and better conform to social distancing. And I'm just wondering if you can last night, of course, the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District basically approved the water aspect of that development. So I'm wondering if you could update us on where we're at, and if some streets may be temporarily closed for that purpose. When do you expect that would come to us? And what kind of a timeline do you see for that?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Hafer. The one thing that we should not overlook is that the city, this council, has already approved outdoor seating. So we are ahead of the game from some of the cities like Carmel, who do not have outdoor seating like we have already on Alvarado Street, Calle Principal, or also I think one spot is on Cannery Row. So the concept of outdoor seating is something that we have in our Old Town area already. The new notion is, of course, that is being brought forward through various channels to block whole streets to allow outdoor seating. So let me be sensitive to that, to say, well, we have already outdoor seating there. Having said that, there are inquiries that are being conducted as we are speaking right now with respect to Old Monterey Business Association, but also to Cannery Row, and to consider closing the street in the classic sense as it's being brought forward, and allow people to sit outdoor, and maybe even allow a certain amount of retail to spill out on the sidewalks. I can tell you that this discussion is going on among the folks, the property owners, the business operators up and down Alvarado Street, and their opinion is not unanimous. So I can tell you that from what I understand so far, which has happened, the business community has not spoken yet with one voice. There are folks that are concerned that the retail businesses that are allowed to open right now during phase 2, and that have instituted a curbside pickup, will be disadvantaged now, because the curbside pickup in their most classic form, with a car driving by and they hand them the products then through the car window, cannot exist. So it is a solution that is being discussed right now. I don't hide the matter. I don't hide the fact that I'm very much personally in favor of trying the closure of Alvarado Street or Cannery Row. Having said that, we need to listen to what the business are saying also, and I will bring it back to the council at a time when I think you have the business community recommending one way or another forward. I can tell you also with respect to Cannery Row that there are other discussions that play into the role of closing down Cannery Row, in conjunction also with possible queuing of tourists trying to get back into the aquarium and maintaining social distancing while they are queuing up in front of the aquarium. The classic lines that you saw in the aquariums, trying to get inside of the aquarium, are probably not something you will see. So there are discussions about how we are doing social distancing. So that's a rather long answer. I'm telling you that we are pushing for that, but we need to get also clear signals from the business community that they feel that this is something to pursue. And last but not least, we have outdoor seating already in place, and if others want to follow suit, I think we are happy to accommodate that.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I'm aware of what's going on. I just thought the public should be aware that we are looking into this, and we're trying to do it in a judicious way, in conjunction and coordination with our business partners. Thank you so much.
Good. Thanks for asking about that, Alan. It's several people have been wondering about it.
Mayor, if I could add on to that.
Yes, please.
Since we're on that topic, I just would like to ask folks in the business community that are hesitant about the idea to just maybe try to reconsider it, because I think that the opportunities are great, and if it doesn't work, we can always try an alternative measure. But I think to create those social distancing practices, I think not only creates a more reliable way for us to practice our businesses in town, but it also creates an opportunity for people to feel more comfortable in getting out there and trying to shop out in things in person, knowing that there's more space available for folks. And two of the things that I heard from Hans was some concerns in regards to retail and then curbside pickup. And so if we were to close Alvarado, for an example, maybe the curbside pickup just moves to Calle Principal and have a staff person run the meal out to somebody over at Calle. I mean, I think there's ways to work around that. I like the idea of allowing retail to move out into the street a little bit too, to be able to utilize that space to allow social distancing from their businesses as well. So I'm interested in this idea, and I hope that the rest of the council can kind of speak in unison here in supporting the business community in whatever direction they decide to go in.
Good, thanks. Anyone else? Just to share a little history with you, I haven't told you any stories about long ago when I got first elected. You know what, one of the things we talked about in 1981, 82, 85, making Alvarado Street a pedestrian mall. And it was, and interestingly enough, the arguments that were, not arguments, because no, that's the wrong term, but the discussion that businesses are having were the same ones that we had almost 40 years ago, in that would it encourage business? Would it discourage business? Personally, I've seen these in Europe, pedestrian malls, and they work beautifully. Santa Cruz does it. I think they open and they do close the street. Santa Barbara State Street is a good example where they do have limited traffic, but lots of outdoor activity. So maybe this is an opportunity to continue that discussion. And as Tyler says, sometimes you just give things a try. If they work, great. And if they don't, you go to plan B.
I just have one comment on that, Mayor. Thank you. Tyler, yes, I agree that it should be tried at least. My only concern is that we do have 3 other business districts, including the Wharf and the Cannery Row, and it'd be difficult to close one section of our business community when we have other business communities with restaurants on those streets. And I understand that we just start with one. I get that, but I don't know if it would be fair to other restaurants that the advantage would be on Alvarado and not on their streets also, which would be tough. It would be hard. I get that.
Yeah, good point. Matt, there was some public comment on this, on the city manager's COVID report?
Yes. Yes, there is. Mr. Mayor, we have currently first public comment comes from Ms. Esther Malkin. Esther, hi there.
Good evening again, Esther Malkin. I'm happy to hear that the council is entertaining this idea of expanding the outdoor seating. I do have concerns about the lack of current consequences to the current policies that are supposed to be in place and not being followed. And while I understand that it's difficult to enforce on the beaches, for example, I think that it's important for us not to undo the progress that we've made, to keep our numbers low here and start out slowly and smartly and not fast and furiously, and invite, tons of outsiders from areas that have higher infection rates to undo the control that we've been able to get from our residents' efforts to make our numbers low. By us not having a way to enforce masks and social distancing, it's basically the equivalent of taking our stoplights as suggestions and not having consequences to not obeying those. the analogy is spot on because it does involve, medical issues as a consequence, and it invites chaos if you don't control it. So the same way that we don't treat our stuff like suggestions, the measures that we have in place already that are not being enforced really need to be addressed in a way that it's not going to make things worse as the trade-off for opening up before we're ready to. Thanks.
Great. Thanks for that feedback, Esther. That concludes public comment for this item.
All right, good. Well, that morphs, thank you for the report. That morphs into item 15, which I believe, Hans, is you'd like the council to pass a resolution, more or less, approving and reinforcing the actions that you've taken so far on the beach. And I think that's something that the Coastal Commission is interested in having. So.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is basically the request to ratify my previous action from May 1st, and I think there was a second one from May 8th.
Okay. Was there any public comment on that, Nat?
We haven't put up the chyron yet, so we can do that and give folks a few seconds to do it. I can also go through very quickly the couple of slides that we have. You're just up to you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead, since we want to give the public an opportunity to weigh in if they wish. Why don't you hit their slides and then.
Yeah, I'll go through them very quickly. Just a reminder that we had the shelter-in-place order on March 17th from the county, and on April 4th, the county offered a amendment to that order that recognized the potential need to regulate beaches and parks to ensure social distancing. On April 29th, the city manager's order directed that limited beach and park closure, and we're asking you tonight to ratify that order as well as an update from May 8th. Just a reminder that we started all the regulations and the outreach on beaches with encouragement, encouraging people to maintain that social distancing that's necessary, the 6 feet. No barbecues, gatherings, other group activities. We also implemented media outreach and social media to the community and put out signs. Unfortunately, as weather improved, we did find, and this is a photo from one of the weekends before Easter weekend, that people did engage in group activities, picnics. It became much more difficult for individuals to maintain social distancing, particularly along the paths and access ways to the beaches. And as a summary, it meant that the public couldn't meet and we couldn't actually enforce the health order, especially those individuals who live in the same household. Police having to make contact with individuals. It's you can see from the photo and from our patrols, just not possible. So as a result, the city manager, as the director of emergency services, issued an order on April 29th and an updated order on May 8th to put in place the partial beach and park closure, which keeps beaches and parks accessible for people for essential activity. And there were considerations as well for mobility, wheelchair access, and other issues. You can see the sign that Hans shared with you earlier that says walking, jogging, running, ocean recreational use, wheelchair use, all of that allowed. Just asking people not to participate in group activities and other barbecues, picnics, and the like. Here's a quick map that shows you some of the parking areas that we restricted as a result of the partial beach closure. This is all to reduce and manage the large crowds of individuals who were parking in these neighborhoods and causing congestion along the access ways to the beaches. Both you'll see in the Del Monte Beach neighborhood as well as the street Sand Dunes Drive between the two state parks parking lots that were closed, both Houghton Roberts Beach as well as Seaside Beach in Seaside. The law enforcement presence, just a recap here, has continued and will continue to focus on education, not citations. Certainly, the police department continuing to deliver and provide active patrols on the weekends. And this is done in a coordinated approach with California State Parks. As you may know, through our fire department, we contract and provide lifeguard services to Monterey State Beach. So those lifeguards are part of that patrol and presence on the beaches. Last but not least, just a reminder for the public too. We all know, we all want to reopen. Many of our residents, understandably, are getting frustrated, tired, cooped up. We value the beaches, but the decision to have a limited beach and park closure is in the public interest for public health. And the decision to do so is not taken lightly. Just today, CNN reported that experts have said it may take weeks to begin to see the effects of more people being out and about. And public health officials warned that these effects may translate to thousands more deaths across the country and a second spike of cases. So we're being very careful in what we do. And just because we have a partial beach closure today doesn't mean necessarily that will take place tomorrow. The recommendation for you tonight, Council, is to ratify the city manager's order. And this will also allow our city manager to continue to consult with police, state parks, our EOC, and the county health officer to determine each week when and how we manage beach access, whether that means expanding access or restricting access. We always check in on at least a weekly basis to determine what our plan is for the upcoming weekend. Those decisions will be based on science, data, as well as feedback from our county health officer. With that, that's the report. Thank you.
Very good summary, Nat. Thank you so much. Council questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please, Councilmember Ed.
Yeah, in the staff report, it's talking about the enforceable administrative citation as well as the parking citations. So up to May 30th, it's $100, and then after that, effective June 1st, it would be $125. Just curious, I know we have tried the gentle nudge, the being friendly and not enforcing, trying to educate. But how many citations have we issued? Do we know for the $100 on? I mean, rough number of the $1,000 tickets and the $100 tickets.
Yeah, I can punt the parking ticket question to Steve Wittry, who can give us a better idea. I can tell you right now there were not too many, but Steve, can you help us?
Yeah, if Steve's not on, maybe I can just get that number emailed to the council members after the meeting.
Yeah, Steve, I realize Steve is not on the call right now. I think on one weekend it was in the beach tract area, something like 24 citations. And they were not overwhelmingly high, if I may say it this way. Of course, every parking ticket that one receives hurts individually a lot, but it was not that high. And we have not issued a single $1,000 ticket. Those citations were not necessary, as people understand when the police approaches them. Understand the severity, they empty out their drinks or they take their coolers and leave the beach. So we have not issued a single $1,000 citation on the beach.
Okay. So for my libertarian friends that want to know, well, how long does this ask? I think you've articulated it, that it's a weekly assessment to determine whether that weekend it should be covered. Curious about the signs. If there's a date on any of the signs, are people looking back and saying, oh, well, that was 3 weeks ago, that's not today? So I know it's a constant battle to replace signs and continue the education piece that should help. But I think it's important that we continue the education piece strongly. And as weather gets better, I mean, we've got the Memorial Day weekend coming up, so I know it's going to be a big push for this one more weekend. And just wondering about the signs, if we're refreshing them often enough.
Yeah, the signs do not have a date on it, so people cannot automatically assume this is outdated or not. And the other part is that we are replacing signs. Because some of the signs keep disappearing and we are restocking. And I can tell everybody that we are very fast in replacing them.
Yeah, thank you. And I know how hard that is for the public safety folks that have to go out and face a family of 4 or 5 that are there to have a good time, but they're camped on the beach. So I know they're doing their part and gently nudging and communicating and doing it with a soft touch with education. So I appreciate all those efforts. I know that's a tough job.
Thank you. Thank you, Ed.
If there are no other comments, we'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
We do have a public comment on this item.
All right, let's go to that, please.
First, we have Esther Malkin. Esther, you are live with our city council. Esther, are you there? Oh, okay. I apparently have been disconnected into the conference system. Oddly, I'm not sure why that is. Please bear with me for just a moment while I try to reconnect. I apologize. I know we are trying to get this meeting to move quickly, but for some reason I've been kicked off our system. Maybe the call was too long. The meeting has been too long. So hold on 1 second. Apologies.
Welcome to Turbo.
Okay, I think I am back in. Okay, first caller is Esther Malkin. Esther, are you still with us? Hold on. Esther, are you? Here we go. This should work. Esther, are you with us? Hello, Esther? Okay, we'll go to the next caller. Let's see here. Lorna, are you with us? Hold on. Let me try one more time here.
You are now a
Okay.
host.
So sorry. Here we go. Lorna, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Apologies for the technical issue that we're having here on the conference bridge system. Go ahead.
Yes, so what transpired while I wasn't able to listen, please? First of all, I have a couple of questions, please.
Yes. If you haven't been following on our live stream, I don't think we can go through the entire presentation again, but yeah.
Well, the reason I don't is because the libraries are closed. Many of us don't have computers at home. And so there should be availability to many of us that don't have that capacity. That's why we use the library. And I'd just like to know what the discussion was that I was not privy to.
Okay. Well, we discussed the closure of the order that ratifies the city manager's order to partially close beaches and parks, and that was the gist of the presentation. Do you have any comment on this item? Because we do need to move forward, and we're sorry that you weren't able to hear part of the presentation.
Well, yes, I do, and I have a timer here. It's exactly at 8 cameras, 3 minutes. So I'd like to have my 3 minutes. I'm putting it on right now.
Okay.
And my comment is that as the first caller, these things aren't really being enforced now. I'd like to know how they're going to enforce them. As I mentioned earlier, the wharf was so crowded on Sunday, there was no way that there could be social distancing. Who's managing that, which is part of the beaches? What are you going to do with that? And the businesses that are, I guess, are too afraid to say to their customers, look, you've got to stay further away from each other. They don't want to chase away business. So, I mean, this is a really important issue. A lot of people don't wear masks, and they're in denial that this virus even exists. So that's my concern. And closing all these beaches also, it's the only place where people can not go crazy, and they're getting restless. We're getting restless, and it's getting uncontrollable situations. So I think the city, with all the money that it's getting, needs to have certain people on these beaches, and I still have time. I'm looking at my timer. Still, if we're on these beaches, that they can go up to these people and say, "You're not social distancing. You have to leave." And that way, it'll bring word out that we're really enforcing things. And I'm sure you can hire, security officers to go out and do this, so that we can all stay safe. And that they have to have masks. If they're going to be on the beach, they have to wear masks or they can't come. And so Trader Joe's and Whole Foods and these places are doing these things. And it's working out very, very well for everyone. So I still have time. I'm looking at my timer.
Yeah, we actually, I'm sorry, but I'm so sorry, Lorna. We, all during today's meeting since 4 o'clock, we've run a 2-minute timer, not a 3-minute timer.
Oh, I thought you were on it. Oh, so now we're on a 2-minute timer?
We've been on a 2-minute timer all day, all night tonight. That's correct, because we have so much on the agenda still getting through.
So I hope that that's what you're going to do, because otherwise you're not going to be able to control the situation in a decent way.
Okay, thank you so much for calling. We appreciate it. Sorry for the technical difficulty. We'll take the next public comment with the last 4 digits, 1543. Hi, you're on the call.
Good evening, council members. My name is Thomas. I appreciate you taking my call this evening. Hope everybody's doing all right and safe. I just wanted to address the beach issue really quickly, if that's possible. I do appreciate everything that the city has done in terms of communicating with the police department and the city manager and mayor and everybody that's working to improve the conditions and try to keep everybody safe. There was a KION article talking about the closure of the rec trail today, and in it, it blatantly stated that Monterey PD was not enforcing anything in terms of the beach closure. And coming up to the weekend here with Memorial Day weekend, that just gives me a little pause for concern, considering if the weather's going to improve, you're going to have a lot of people see that and just go, you know what, we're just going to go down to the beach and do that, what we want to do anyways. So I appreciate everything that's been going on and the efforts that have been put in, but it's been a lack of enforcement. The busiest person I've seen down here has been the meter maid, the parking enforcement. They've been coming down and they've been writing tickets to people that continue to park on Tide, which has been great because people apparently can't read signs. But unfortunately, PD kind of just rolls through, tells people to leave, and I see these people leave the neighborhood and come right back. I mean, there really isn't any kind of education and continued enforcement of the problem, the situation down here. So it's just something that, should be looked at and considered, and especially with Memorial Day weekend coming up, about trying to maintain and keep this closure true to its name. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Great. Thank you for your feedback tonight. All right. We will take the next caller, and Esther Malkin, I think we have you hopefully on live now.
Okay, can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can hear you this time. Thank you.
Okay. So I just want to make the comment that it's really unfair of staff to be placing the burden of the lack of enforcement on the frontliners. The police department are the ones who are the face of this lack of enforcement, and education is not a substitute for enforcement. It actually is an invitation for more disobedience. So I don't think that by tying the hands of our police department, it's putting them in the line of getting attacked and being spoken about as if they're not doing their jobs, when actually it's the staff, and whether that involves county or city staff, doesn't really matter when it's them out on the streets telling people education while everybody looks around and says, nothing is being enforced, so I'm going to do whatever I want. And that's only going to continue to get worse. And it fosters this lawlessness that while you guys sit in your offices at your computers, we have officers out on bikes and on the ATVs and walking our streets that are basically being mocked by, residents and visitors because they are perceived to not be doing their job because you guys are telling them that they should be educating instead of what we actually pay them to do, which is enforce. So whether it's a parking ticket or running a red light, enforcement is enforcement. And if it's just a suggestion, then it's going to get treated like a suggestion, and it's unfair for them to carry the brunt of that. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Esther. Okay, and we have caller 7257. Hi, you're live with the City of Monterey. Do you wish to speak? Are you there? Nope. Okay, let's try 8805. Hi there. Are you calling to speak on this item?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Hi, welcome. Thanks for joining. Let's try. Could you move to a room that is away from the speaker, please, or away from the television set?
I am willing to speak on this item, but let me see if I can mute this. Hi, my name is Leslie Spedich. I'm in Monterey for a long time, and I appreciate all the council here. It's awfully late this evening, but I am calling to talk about the beach closures, and I think that your police officers are doing an amazing job. I think that their job is really not out there to enforce and violate anyone's rights, but to suggest and to be a presence there in case there is a problem. And I think that putting them in harm's way of having them arrest people or make things more difficult than they already are, I think would be unfortunate. So I wanted to say that, and I also wanted to say that I know that in our city we have a 0.0007% chance in all of the county of catching COVID. So I think that people need to be a little more cognizant of that and aware of the situations around them. I don't know, I'm tired. I've been sitting here all night waiting to talk, so I apologize.
Thank you, Leslie. We appreciate you calling in, and thanks for your patience. Okay, I think we have a few more folks who are on the call, but they haven't raised their hand with *5, so we will not take comment from them unless they do so in the next couple of seconds. And seeing none, we will go ahead and, if it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, close public comment on this item.
Yes, we will. Thank you. All right, we're getting back to a resolution in response to the public comment. We very much appreciate the situation out there. Your city is doing an absolutely incredible job, but it's we can't reach perfection, but I think their city's doing a really good job. Our city staff is doing an excellent job of having people move along. And I try to periodically go down to the wharf and look at the beach, and folks are still needed to be educated, and we'll continue to do that. So I just want to let everybody know that your city staff and everybody and police department is really doing an outstanding job to keep us safe. So we have a resolution. Are we ready to go with it?
Yes. You want a motion?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'll offer a motion to approve a staff recommendation for agenda item 15.
All right. Any more discussion?
May I make just one comment?
Yes, please.
I heard a lot from the folks tonight that were calling in, and I really appreciate, we all appreciate their thoughtfulness and their perspectives. I know the police chief is not on the call tonight. I'm not going to suppose to answer for him, but I just want to remind everyone in the public that spoke tonight is that our community has been at this for 65 plus days. We're all tired. We're all trying to live within the confines of these directions that are getting better and better. There's this balance between letter of the law and spirit of the law. And this is not one of those cases that calls for heavy-handedness or lots of enforcement. So I completely support our law enforcement's efforts under Chief Hober's guidance and leadership. I think they're doing a fantastic job. And this does require some kit gloves at times, and other times citations or arrests are always an available option for our police. And this council is not telling our police officers to not cite or not arrest. They know what they're doing. They have their supervisors and their chief that gives them appropriate guidance. And this council has 100% support of what they do and all of their efforts. And so nobody is trying to control them or just sitting in an office separated from the problem. We all understand what the problem is, and we have the team that's appropriate to handle it and continue to giving our community guidance. So thank you for letting me make those comments.
Very well said. Councilmember Dan, did you want to?
No.
Anyone? Are we good? Okay.
I'd like to say something.
Yes, Alan, please.
Well, I'd like to direct a comment first to our officers who are tasked with communicating, educating, and enforcing. And I want you to know that we support you. And we understand you have a very difficult job. We've tasked you with a community policing model, which is based on the idea of developing the trust of our community so that our community goes to you when there are issues. And that's very, very important. On the other hand, here we are telling you that people engaging in activities that under any other circumstance would be normal, would be acceptable, and yet now are something that, because of legitimate public health concerns, are not acceptable. And we're asking you to try to navigate this really difficult world. And I just want all of our officers to know that I personally, and I know this whole council, supports you in the work that you're doing. And it's very, very important. I also want to communicate to our community at large that some of you want very restrictive measures to be rigorously enforced. And I understand that, because there is a real and serious and immediate health risk to our community. I also understand that there are many people who very seriously and based on personal conviction want to be able to fully exercise their freedoms, their liberties. They want to be able to enjoy the beauty of our beach, the fresh air, and the health benefits that it confers. So we are in a very difficult situation where some of our community wants one thing and some of our community wants another thing. Public health and safety is our number one concern. But personal liberty is also a very important concern. And we're trying to navigate a very, very delicate line between those two valid desires on the part of our citizens. I appreciate the work of our city manager in trying to find that balance. I'm going to support this motion tonight. But if it turns out that people are not properly respecting social distancing, and if our health conditions as measured by the county health officer deteriorate, I will support revisiting this decision. It's really incumbent on all of us, every single one of us, to be thoughtful and responsible and respectful of the health needs of all of us. We've said before that we're all in this together. And I'll confess that in terms of the economic impacts, that's not true. Some people immediately lost their jobs. Other people continue to work, some from home, some in situations that put them at risk of exposure to this virus. Those aren't all the same. Some people have businesses that could potentially be lost to them. They put their lives into them. We're not all economically in the same boat, but we are all in the same boat.
I'm sorry, Alan. Can you unmute yourself? Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. So none of what I said was heard. Is that correct?
No, we heard everything until about the last sentence.
Okay, good. So all of us are not in the same boat when it comes to the economic impacts, but we are in the same boat when it comes to the health impacts. And if we have some people who are not observing social distancing, are not wearing face coverings in areas where they are exposing themselves to other people or being exposed to other people, we will spread this virus. And I'm very sorry to say, but if that happens, the progress we've made and the ability to reopen our businesses will be greatly restricted. We won't be able to sit idly by while people get sick and our ICU and hospitals are unable to respond. So we have to, all of us, be good citizens. And I know it sounds silly and trite, but I'm saying that we have a responsibility to each other to observe social distancing, to wear proper face coverings and face masks when we're in public, and to do our best to observe the restrictions being requested of us by this order, which is asking us, please go and enjoy the beach, but do so in an active way and not in a way that's going to invite lots of people sitting, having parties, and spreading the virus. So I'm going to support the motion, but I'm really, from the depth of my heart, calling on everyone to take this seriously and to do your part to help us out so that we don't have to take more extreme measures in the future.
Mayor, I just would like to add on to the comments from my colleagues thus far, in that, you know, it's a very real possibility that we are going to see peaks and valleys again as we move forward with the coronavirus, until there is a cure, until there's something that folks can take that's going to prevent them from getting sick and dying. And that's people's families and loved ones. And so as we move forward, hopefully when we have these peaks again, we're not getting to the point where we have to shut everything down. And that's going to be really dependent upon how we handle things as we see this peak starting to die down. So, you know, when Alan was speaking to the personal liberties, I think that every American citizen, every human being has the personal liberty for their health and safety. And that's, I think, exactly to Alan's point, for all of us to be mindful of and be respectful of the health and safety of other individuals. And I'm speaking mainly, perhaps in a large way, to younger folks. We see that younger folks are are feeling comfortable in going out because they're less likely to get sick, when we're seeing, impacts that say otherwise to a certain extent. You don't realize the impact that you might be having on others around you by grabbing a doorknob, by walking by and coughing or sneezing or just breathing and the air molecules, right? The wet molecules, that we don't realize the impact. So I just echo, I don't want to continue going on. I agree with the comments of my colleagues, and I just ask for everybody's continued participation. I think the reason why we see elected leaders oftentimes have approval ratings go up during times of crises is because we all need to find a way of working together and supporting the general effort. So we may not like specific policies here and there on either side, but we need to continue to work together so we can get through this as effectively as possible.
Oh, thank you for everybody's heartfelt comments. Are we ready for roll call, please?
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Roberson.
Yes. You know what, it's 10:30. It would be my suggestion that item 11 is something that we could continue, and we need to get to closed session because we have 3 items. So if that's all right with the council, I would forego council comments and city manager reports unless there's something that's absolutely essential. And if that's okay with everyone, I would see if there was any public comment about the closed session items that we have in the queue. Nat?
I think let's ask our good friend Mario to put up a chyron at the bottom that announces any closed session for public comments, and then we can wrap up the meeting that way.
All right, we'll just wait a moment then. And
in the meantime, I'll just announce it here. You can call 831-225-0330, conference ID 192-7648, and *5 to raise your hand if you have public comment regarding any closed session items. Doesn't look like we have any, so I think we should be good.
all right, with I think hearing no objections, I think we should go to closed session right now. Thank this incredible council and staff for the caring that you've showed tonight, all of your input. Another heavy meeting, but an excellent one. So we will go to closed session. Let's maybe reconvene in about 5 minutes.
There's a separate sign-in for that, just to remind everyone.
Thank you. So we'll see you all in about, let's go 7 minutes. See you at 10:40?
Sounds good.
Okay, see you shortly. And again, go to a different link. All right.